appreciate this. It is my pleasure to have you in this 6th Capitalism and Morality seminar. Those people who don't know me, I'm Jayant Bhandari. I'm the host of this event. Capitalism and Morality is a seminar to discuss the philosophy of liberty and freedom. It is my belief that without changing the characters of the individuals and without changing the cultures of our societies, a creative and free society is not possible. And I fully agree that a lot of our institutions, particularly that of the government, is tyrannical. But simply blaming and shouting against the sociopaths who rule us makes no difference to the society. The only choice we have is to awaken the individual. And that is what libertarianism is all about, awaken the individual. And that's what this seminar attempts to do. And if nothing else, my satisfaction comes from the fact that by gaining a deeper understanding of human nature and humanity, I prepare myself to live a happy, free, and creative life. To this seminar, I welcome you. Our first speaker is Roslyn Ross. Roslyn lives in Nicaragua. She has spent her adult life questioning what parenting must be like in a free society. As someone me, who has spent the last 3 decades of my life trying to undo the conditioning that I went through in the prior 18 years of my life, I find Roslyn work more important than anything I can imagine. The ecology that we provide to the kids makes or breaks their lives. Roslyn has recently published her latest book, A Theory of Objectivist Parenting, and she runs a blog called Raising Children is an Act of Philosophy. And right now she's working on her next book, which is expected to be published early last year. And the book is going to be called Raising Children in Reality. Roslyn has many intriguing thoughts, and I heard her for the first time at Liberty.me in San Diego 2 years back, and I was enthralled. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Roslyn Ross.
Hi, everyone. I have to have my timer going to make sure that I don't go over. And I might talk very fast for these reasons. Good morning. Good morning. I'm so excited to be here. I had so much fun last night. I'm getting to know everyone, and I see a bunch of people I don't know this morning, but I can't wait to get to know you guys too. I'm going to talk pretty fast sometimes. If I get too fast, just go like this and I will try to slow it down. I have a lot that I want to get through, a lot that I want to share with you, and I only get to talk twice today, so. Human beings can relate to one another with either mutual respect and freedom or mutual attempts to control and force. Though I know many people who are fundamentally against relating to their fellow human beings with various methods of control, bribery, threats, manipulation, slavery, I know very few who hesitate to relate in that way to the young human beings we temporarily refer to as children. In this talk, I will argue that one of our biggest barriers to freedom is our current parenting ideology. I hope you will find that whether you have children or not, the information I share with you now will add to your vision of how human beings can relate to one another respectfully, regardless of age. The main current parenting ideology today is based on one simple rule. That's how I summarize it. Reward the behavior you wish to see continue, punish the behavior you wish to see cease. As a professional executive nanny specializing in behavior modification, using that one rule for many years, I made children do what their parents thought was best for them, what the children would supposedly thank their parents for later. What I learned is that you can manipulate, coerce, require, or train children to do or be pretty much anything. But you cannot force children to be happy, genuinely happy with their lives. 10 years ago, this made no sense to me. How could a teenage girl, obese and flunking out of school, not be happier to be thin and on the honor roll? This was similar to something that happened when I was in college. I had just read Atlas Shrugged, and I gave it to everyone who was important to me. I begged them to read it, but I couldn't make them read it. And even when they did read it, I couldn't make them care. Why is it that Atlas Shrugged, the first 10 pages, was so exhilarating for me and so boring for my friends? I will answer these questions shortly. For now, I would like to propose that a controlled childhood does not usually create a free man. If we look at parenting from a philosophical angle, this makes perfect sense. Our current parenting ideology is based on behaviorism, which rests on the philosophical theory of determinism, the belief in human existence without consciousness, the belief that humans just respond to pain and pleasure, and we are victims of our pain and pleasure programming. This is the philosophy with which statism defends itself. Behaviorist parenting, the rewarding and punishing of children, will not usually create a free man, because behaviors are just actions we take to meet our needs, to gain or keep what we value. When a parent controls a child's behavior with rewards and punishment, the parent severs the child's action from the child's values behind the action and makes himself, the parent, the value. Because the parent, not reality, determines when the child feels pain or pleasure, the child's entire orientation changes from reality to people as reality. In 1958, Nathaniel Branden talked about the man who lives not in a universe of facts, but in a universe of people. People, not reason, are his tool of survival. It is on them that his consciousness must focus. It is they who he must understand, or please, or placate, or deceive, or maneuver, or manipulate, or obey. It is his success at this task that becomes the gauge of his fitness to exist. His metaphysics have been replaced by what Branden calls social metaphysics. Because a child's metaphysical orientation will be largely determined before he is 5 years old, I think the main cause of social metaphysics is behaviorist parenting. For example, when a child hits and is put in timeout, his parents think they are teaching him to associate the pain of hitting with the pain of timeout. What the child actually learns is not that hitting will lead to pain, but rather not pleasing his parents will lead to pain. The child does not need to study, understand, and conquer nature if he wants to avoid pain. He needs to study, understand, and conquer his parents. Fast forward 15 years. This child raised on behaviorism is now in college. Offer him Atlas Shrugged or reality TV. Which one will actually offer him more information about the reality he thinks he needs to study, understand, and conquer? And now you know why so many of my friends found Atlas Shrugged to be a waste of their time. In addition to destroying the child's metaphysics, behaviorism also destroys the child psychologically, moving the child from being intrinsically motivated by a self-interested pursuit of values, seeking personal satisfaction derived from self-initiated achievement, to being extrinsically motivated by external rewards such as fame, grades, and praise, motivation that originates outside the individual. In his book, Teaching Johnny to Think, Leonard Peikoff asserts that external motivators can be used for good instead of evil. But extrinsic motivators, by their very nature, require that we suppress our real feelings, desires, and values and replace them with someone else's. Extrinsic motivators beget collectivism. It does not matter at all what we are trying to do with extrinsic motivators. We can change the curriculum all we want. We can make it 100% Austrian economics. Likewise, it won't matter if we spank or use timeout or do away with punishments altogether and focus on rewards. The method is the message. In Punished by Rewards, Alfie Kohn shows that the mechanisms of reward and punishment to control an adult's behavior only work if the adult was rewarded and punished as a child. The younger the rewards and punishments start, and the more consistently they are used, the more effective they will be, and the more necessary they will be. A system of rewards doesn't take advantage of a fundamental feature of human character. It turns people into reinforcement maximizing economic actors. Parents who use rewards and punishments are attempting to control their child's perception of reality, so the child will make the decisions the parent wants him to make. The result for the child is confusion, insecurity in his own ability to interpret reality, and massive repression. All of these things get in the way of rational thought. Ayn Rand wrote that the field of extrospection is based on the two cardinal questions, what do I know and how do I know it? The field of introspection is based on the questions, what do I feel and why do I feel it? Extrinsic controls prevent these questions from being asked. Parents think they are teaching their children self-control, but really they are teaching emotional repression. You may not feel that. You may not talk to me until you have properly repressed what you're feeling. We do this to babies. Shh. Why are we shushing them? Aletha Solter wrote, the repression of crying during infancy is so pervasive that most babies have well-established control patterns by the time they're 6 months old. These behaviors serve the purpose of repressing strong emotions. Common control patterns in babies include thumb sucking or pacifier sucking, frequent demands to nurse for comfort rather than hunger, and attachment to an object such as a special blanket or teddy bear. These behaviors that most parents think of as normal child behaviors are not normal outside of the Western world. By the time they are ready for preschool, teachers expect children to have learned somewhat to control their emotions, but what is meant by control is actually repression. The emotional stress of repression often manifests itself as facial tics, another behavior we consider normal in our 3 to 5-year-olds that is not normal in the human race. Extrinsic controls teach children to ignore the emotional information they receive from their own minds. The result is that children often fail to develop an intrinsic self. Instead, they adopt an extrinsic, unreal self. Hence the epidemic today of 22-year-olds who have no idea what they enjoy doing just for the sake of doing it. They are motivated by money, prestige, winning, approval, and above all by pats on the head for being good boys and girls. They use behaviorism on themselves. They promise themselves a new outfit if they lose 10 pounds or a week of self-loathing if they don't. And even if they read Atlas Shrugged and love it, they often don't know how to selfishly and righteously be themselves. Instead, they seek to be good little objectivists. Nathaniel Branden wrote about how many good little objectivists he saw in his practice, people who missed the point, people who were trained from birth to miss the point. He wrote, when admirers of Ayn Rand seek my services professionally, they often come with the secret hope that with Nathaniel Branden, they will at last become the masters of repression needed to fulfill the dream of becoming an ideal objectivist. I've known many men and women who, in the name of lofty beliefs, crucify their bodies, crucify their feelings, and crucify their emotional lives in order to live up to that which they call their ideals. Just like the followers of one religion or another, absorbed in some particular vision of what they think a human being can or should be, they leave the human being they actually are in a very bad place, a place of neglect and even damnation. Ayn Rand said, it's the hardest thing in the world to do what we want. Extrinsic controls make it the hardest thing in the world to even know what we want. This is why it seems that extrinsic motivators simply must be used. Research has shown that children's intrinsic motivation declines every year over the course of traditional schooling. By the time they are in high school, most children rarely display any intrinsic motivation whatsoever. Behaviorism creates the problem for which more behaviorism is the only solution. But science shows that behaviorism will only ever work in the short term and will backfire in the long term, experiments done on how to best impose the value of altruism on young children have shown that children rewarded for altruistic behaviors will only behave altruistically as long as the adult is there to approve of them. They will behave less altruistically when adults are not there. This is why extrinsically motivated adults find that, like children, they're only good when someone else is watching. This is another impulse of collectivism. People want someone to make them do what they can't make themselves do. They say they vote for a nanny state to keep the bad people under control, but subconsciously they want a nanny for themselves. This is also one of the impulses of some religions. If you can only be good when someone else is watching, they have a solution for you. This is what I didn't understand 10 years ago. You can get children to do or be pretty much anything, but goals achieved through external motivators will not make the child authentically happy. But what about for parents? Being in control of one's children, playing the part of a serene, loving dictator, it makes parenting seem so awesome in our heads. In reality, we can't be present with our child in this moment if we're busy thinking of ways to get him to do what we want him to do and monitoring to see if our strategy is working. We can't allow ourselves to be visible to the people we are trying to control. So you can't actually connect with your child. When we are controlling people, we can't allow ourselves to be truly seen by them because then, we can't allow ourselves to truly see them because then we would see the pain and suffering we are inflicting on them. So our tendency when we're controlling other people is to see their feelings as not real. That's not real pain children suffer when they cry. That's why controlling relationships can so easily lead to really atrocious behaviors, because our tendency will be to fail to see the person we are trying to control as a person. As with slaves or women or savages or heathens, we transform our adversary into something that needs to be controlled. Oh, children, they're irrational like rats. They feel safer when we control them. They need it. Even if we do see the feelings of those we control as real, our tendency is to convince ourselves their pain is okay, it's for their own good. In controlling relationships, the controller has a tendency to feel that he has not chosen to be in a relationship with those he is controlling. Rather, he sees himself as responsible for them, for their welfare, for their souls. It's hard to enjoy a relationship that is actually a duty. Since the parents don't see their children as real people with whom they can connect, they often end up putting on a show. For example, a man might play the role of good father and mow the lawn and take out the trash and read to the kids and do bath time and help his wife with the dishes and get the highest paying job he can and work his butt off. And at first he will pat himself on the back as he thinks, I am such a good boy. But after a while, he will start to feel like being a good father is a huge obligation, a chore, a long list of things to do. And if he could admit it to himself, he might find that he resents his wife and children, whom he now sees as his slave drivers. But it's not them, it's the role, it's the lack of conscious awareness with which he is living his life. When we are playing roles, we have a tendency to not take responsibility for our choices. For example, someone playing the role of soldier or policeman may not very closely examine what he's doing or even feel responsible for the morality of his choices if he sees it as part of his role. He's just doing his job. Controlling relationships have a tendency to be exhausting. It takes a lot of energy to be an inauthentic actor, to do what we believe we should do, to be good moms and dads, to suppress our true selves and how we really feel about reading the same book 100 times. Whether we take on roles accidentally, or whether roles are designed by those in power and handed to the masses for specific purposes, controlling the roles and scripts of a society is a great way to direct the sheeple without them knowing it. Those who create normal rule the world, whether it's this is what a nursery looks like, this is what an education looks like, this is what a good parent looks like. Our society's roles and scripts have tremendous power over us. For more than 100 years, the parenting role, perhaps the most important script to control, has been handed to us by academia, by the same people who teach Keynesian economics and Kantian philosophy. Perhaps, like me, you were trained from birth to accept academia as your church. But if you have questioned your indoctrination in other areas, it's time to question this one. Every conqueror since antiquity has known that he does not have to worry about those he has conquered. He just has to take over how their children are raised. It should not surprise us that in a culture where we benevolently dictate to our children, our government benevolently dictates to us. Ayn Rand said politics is the last consequence, the practical implementation of the fundamental ideas that dominate a given nation's culture. You cannot fight or change the consequences without fighting and changing the cause. If we don't want our government to be a benevolent dictatorship, our households cannot be benevolent dictatorships. If we want to live in a society more like Gulch, our households must be its model. Perhaps a lack of focus on parenting is the biggest flaw in the freedom movement. Pause. Good, I'm making very good time. Okay. Human beings can relate to one another with either mutual respect and freedom or mutual attempts to control and force. Though we may idealize the former, we were all raised with the latter. This makes it very hard, even for us, to imagine any other way to parent. William Thomas wrote, "Children have to be restrained from doing what they want to do and forced to do something else. They have to be put to bed and made to wash." We have been offered this dichotomy our entire lives. Either we control our children or they live lives of chaos. Either we make our kids go to bed and wash or they won't. If that were the choice, I would agree with Thomas, but that choice is a trick. That is not the choice. Similarly, Nathaniel Brennan advises parents to be warm but authoritative, and cites a study that was done in which 4 types of parents were studied: warmly authoritative, coldly authoritative, warmly permissive, and coldly permissive. Again, if those are the only choices, then by all means, parents should be warmly authoritative. But again, what we are being offered is a false dichotomy that only makes sense as long as we are stuck in what I call the operating system of control and force. If a study were done on whether people prefer to exploit or be exploited in a trade, everyone in this room, I think, would see right through it. They would explain the operating system of freedom and respect, and in which they trade value for value, in which they would neither exploit nor be exploited in a trade. But this explanation would be incomprehensible to those who operate in a system of control, in which employers and employees are always adversaries trying to take advantage of one another. No matter how hard we try to explain that trade can be a win-win, people who operate in a system of control can only see things on the spectrum of control. Either you are exploiting me, or I am exploiting you. Either I sacrifice myself to others, or they sacrifice themselves to me. When my son was 2 years old, people kept asking me, is he defiant yet? This is a question that would only make sense to someone who operates in the system of control. I don't operate there, so I would say something like, well, to be defiant, one must have someone to defy. There must be a ruler and a subject and someone in control and someone being controlled. I don't relate to my son that way. And so the people would go, oh, so you're permissive. You just let your son do whatever he wants. If I'm not authoritative, I must be permissive. If I'm not the master, I must be the slave. This is the same false dichotomy. It's as if there are 2 operating systems and to live in one negates the existence of the other. Rue Cream wrote, you say that you have to pick him up and take him to the bath. I like to question my have-tos, especially when they are leading to unhappiness for my children. What would happen if you didn't pick him up and take him? What would happen if he didn't take a bath that night? What message is he getting from being picked up and put somewhere he doesn't want to be? Is it truly more important that he take a bath than it is for the 2 of you to build a respectful relationship? William Glasser wrote, the vast majority of family unhappiness is the result of well-intentioned parents trying to make their children do what they don't want to do. Few of us parents are prepared to accept that it is our attempts to control that destroys the only thing we have with our children that gives us some influence over them, our relationship. The choice isn't control or chaos. The choice in human relationships doesn't change based on the age of the people involved. The choice is mutual respect or mutual attempts to control. In my relationship with my son, I see myself as an ambassador for Gulch, and I see my son as a distinguished visitor from a far-off land who does not understand my customs. It is my goal to help him thrive in my land, but not at the point of a gun. When we run into a situation in which one of us is doing something that bothers the other, perhaps he wants to throw me around the door and I don't want to, or I want to leave the park and he doesn't want to, I think some version of, this is what I want, this is what my distinguished foreign dignitary wants. What can we do to get both of our needs met in this situation? I think the best way to clarify these ideas is with concrete examples. So I'm going to start with a newborn baby, because a lot of people, how they can imagine a little bit how they would treat older children with respect, but it is very hard for most people to imagine how they would give respect to a lump. So a newborn baby, scenario one, how he said. The controlling mom sees it as her job to get food into her baby. So she brings her baby to her breast, tickles his cheek to trigger his mouth opening reflex, and puts her breast in his mouth. My proposed respectful mom does not think it would be respectful to just put something in someone's mouth, even a quadriplegic. She brings her baby to her breast so that her nipple is near his nose and mouth, and he can smell what she's offering. If he wants to nurse, he is capable of opening his own mouth and doing so. Scenario two, a newborn baby and when he's fed. The controlling mom believes that to be a good mom, she's supposed to feed her baby every 2 hours. She has a handy little device that goes off every 2 hours, so she knows it's time to feed the baby. If he acts hungry before the 2 hours is up, she distracts him so that he learns to wait 2 hours. The respectful mom thinks refusing to feed her distinguished visitor when she is capable of accommodating him is disrespectful. So she feeds her baby when he's hungry. Maybe it's been 1 hour, maybe it's been 3. Assuming these are interaction patterns and not single events, here is an analysis of what this newborn has learned. The respected baby is responsible for his eating. His mind is learning to connect the sensation of hunger with the solution, food. He must learn to recognize the sensation of hunger and communicate it to his mother. He has found a benevolent universe and he already sees himself as a capable actor in it. The controlled baby has food shoved in his mouth whether he wants it or not, and it will be done when the clock says whether he's hungry or not. In his mind, the connection between hunger and food has not been made. Likewise, he has learned nothing about communication or self-assertion, except that there's no point since it doesn't work. This baby will oscillate between feelings of frustration and anger as he fails repeatedly to communicate to his mother, and passive resignation as he tries to accept the universe that he has found. For the moms, the respectful mom is getting in tune with her baby. The controlling mom is getting in tune with her alarm clock, and whether she means to or not, she's showing her baby who is in control. It's not him. It's also not her. It's the alarm clock and the script it represents. She's just doing what she's been told. Scenario 3, a teething 1-year-old bites his mom while nursing. The controlling mom believes it is her job to teach her child not to bite people. So she gives him a disapproving look. She says, "Bad boy, no biting." And she kicks him up and she puts him in timeout for 1 minute because that's how long timeouts are when you are 1 year old. The respectful mom first responds authentically to what happened. She says, "Ow, you hurt me." She looks her baby in the eye, communicating pain, and says, "Please don't bite me." But she looks around and grabs a nearby doll. "You want to bite? Here's something you can bite. It won't hurt the doll." Analysis. The controlled baby has learned that he is bad. His desire to bite is bad. He has learned that some people get to control others, that he is not the one in control, and that he has to please those in control or he will suffer. He has learned that not only should he not want what he wants, but trying to get what he wants could lead to pain. The respected baby has learned that it's okay for him to want what he wants. He wants to bite, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with him. There's no shame. On the contrary, his mother supports his desire to learn what he wants to learn. And she will help him get those needs met in a way that also works for her. Scenario 4, eating dinner with a 4-year-old. The controlling mom believes it is her job to get food into her child, especially vegetables. In order to accomplish this goal, she does a variety of things, begging him to take one more bite, bribing him with dessert, making macaroni and cheese every night because he won't eat anything else, and making vegetable purees and sneaking them into his macaroni and cheese. The respectful mom knows that she has to eat dinner, and she shares whatever she makes for herself with her child, just as she has since he was a baby. Tonight, she makes bratwurst, sauerkraut, and mashed potatoes. What her child decides to do at this point is his business. She talks to him during dinner. She doesn't even look at his plate. The controlled child has learned that he has to eat whether he's hungry or not. He has been taught not to listen to his body, to ignore his own perceptions of reality. He has been taught that sometimes you have to be sneaky to make people do what you want. He has learned that he does have some power in his relationship with his mom, the power to refuse food. He enjoys using this to get a little revenge on her. The respected child has been in charge of his eating since he was a baby. He has been eating whatever his mom makes since he was a baby. Sometimes he eats it, sometimes he doesn't, especially if it's a new food. Sometimes he doesn't even taste it. He eats vegetables when he wants to, but there's never been any pressure or guilt. He has no guilt associated with food. Eating is all his deal, his responsibility. He has learned that he is capable of taking care of himself in this way. He has learned to trust his body, to tell him how much to eat, that his perceptions of reality are valid. And most importantly, he knows that his body belongs to him. For me, the easiest part of the system of respect is relating to my son as a foreign dignitary. The hardest part was learning how to deal with my son's strong emotions. All children and adults experience very strong emotions. Communicating in a respectful way with children and adults who are feeling strong emotions is a learned skill. Failing to learn this skill is the main reason why parents who want to have respectful relationships with their children revert to various control tactics. I don't think a mutually respectful relationship is even possible if we don't learn this skill. Here's the wonderful problem with my parenting theory. We cannot give our children what we don't have, psychological economics. That means that this skill we must learn starts with us, the adults. It starts with how we think about and deal with our own strong emotions. We have been socialized with many ideas about emotions that are extremely destructive. One of them is the idea of emotional control. Since most people begin with the assumption that emotions are primary, they seek ways to control and influence their emotional states. But our emotions are not rewards and punishments. They are tools that let us know what is working and what needs our attention. Our strong emotions tell us, pay attention to this. If we listen, our emotions can be great aids in the pursuit of our values, but attempting to manipulate them, like attempting to command what we see or hear, is just refusing to acknowledge reality. It doesn't change reality, and it doesn't serve us. Nathaniel Branden wrote, mental health does not require total omniscience about one's subconscious, but it does require the total absence on the conscious or subconscious level of any premise of forbidding knowledge. Earlier, I explained that a controlling approach to raising children creates a great deal of forbidden knowledge in emotional repression. The forbidding of knowledge, the parenting in Galt's Gulch, must yield the opposite. No repressions, no forbidden knowledge. This is hard to picture because most of us were raised to believe that we are good when we keep ourselves under control and bad when we lose control. And when we lose control, we must, as quickly as possible, get ourselves back under control. Perhaps with the help of a little alcohol, sex, pharmaceuticals, television, computer games, excessive sleep, or work. Yeah. But just like our children, we are not actually getting in control so much as we are repressing our feelings. When I first pictured what unrepressed feelings might look like, I imagined a horror show of people freaking out all the time. Then I realized I was still thinking in the operating system of control. It's the same false dichotomy as before, only this time, the threat is within you. Either you control your emotions or they control you. Either you are the master of your emotions or you're their slave. I would like to propose that, again, this is not the choice. The actual choice is to know what we feel and respect that, or to not know what we feel, consciousness or unconsciousness. Ayn Rand said if men identified introspectively their inner states 1/10 as correctly as they identified their objective reality, we would be a race of ideal giants. I ascribe 95% or more of all psychological trouble and personal tragedies to the fact that in the realm of introspection, men are not only not taught to introspect, they're actively discouraged from engaging in it, and yet their lives depend on it. Introspection means constantly asking the question, what do I feel? And why do I feel it? And having the emotional skills to answer these questions without trying to repress the information. This means, according to Nathaniel Branden, number one, we must not repress. We cannot examine a value we are not willing to realize we have. We must acknowledge what we are feeling, whatever we are feeling, the desire to hit our child, the desire to kick an innocent dog. If we judge an emotion as bad or undesirable, we will automatically repress it. So it's essential that the acknowledgement is respectful. If you want to bite, it's okay. Doesn't mean get, but it is okay to want. Acknowledging that one is experiencing the emotion will stop the repression, and that is the goal. No forbidden knowledge. Number two, we must feel what we are feeling. Some psychological theories recommend saying, I'm angry, and then watching the anger float away as if it is not our anger. These theories teach us to not take responsibility for our feelings. Other popular theories tell us to acknowledge our negative feelings, but then find something more positive to focus on. What you focus on expands, they say, so don't focus on your negative emotions. But our emotions are not rewards and punishments for good or bad behavior. They evolved to be part of us because they serve us. They are there to help us get our needs met. If we do not focus on them, we cannot learn anything from them. Nathaniel Branden advises us to go into our emotions and invite them into our conscious awareness. This step is crucial because this is how we gather as much information as possible. Emotions must be felt all the way because surface feelings are often misleading. Branden wrote, learning the art of relating to emotions in this way is not easy. Therapy clients comment on their emotions, they explain their emotions, they apologize for their emotions, they speculate as to the historical origins of their emotions, and of course they reproach themselves and even ridicule themselves for their emotions, but they find it extraordinarily difficult to simply let themselves feel their emotions. If we are willing to stay fully present in our emotions without denial or disowning, the result typically is not the collapse of reason, but the emergence of a more lucid awareness. In other words, feel deeply to think clearly. For example, I know that when I feel depressed, if I bring that depression into my conscious awareness and allow myself to feel it, I usually find out that I'm just exhausted. If I didn't take a minute to feel my depression, I would mistakenly think that depression is the problem, rather than exhaustion. 3, we must reflect. Some psychological theories instruct us to ride the wave of an emotion. That's all we have to do, since we are just victims of waves of emotions that wash over us. And though simply experiencing emotion can be enough in some circumstances, emotions are not causeless, and they should be examined. Our children will only be able to acknowledge, feel, and examine their uncomfortable feelings if we can model this for them and guide them from day one. So recall scenario 2, concerning when to feed a baby. When the respectful mom can accommodate her hungry baby, she does, but sometimes she cannot accommodate her hungry baby. Perhaps her baby communicates to her that he is hungry, but she's in the middle of cooking dinner, or perhaps she's driving home and it would be dangerous to pull over. At these times, the respectful mom tells her baby honestly that she knows what he wants, but she cannot accommodate him. She does not attempt to distract him from his disappointed feelings, but rather she listens empathetically to him while he expresses his disappointment. Her baby learns that sometimes his actions will not yield what he wants. Sometimes he will feel disappointment, and that's okay. Compare this to what the control baby learns. Whenever he's upset, his mother distracts him from how he feels, sometimes with bouncing motions and sometimes by shoving something shiny in his face. The control baby has gotten the message that the emotion he was expressing is not okay. And when he feels that emotion, he should distract himself. As he gets older, he will likely continue to distract himself with television, video games, pharmaceuticals, work, sugar, alcohol, sex, or some other drug that enables him to maintain a facade of control. We can use any substance as a spice to spice up our lives, as a medicine to change how we're feeling, or as a drug to numb out. All my life, I thought I was managing my emotions expertly with a combination of chocolate, wine, movies, and lots of work when I needed them. But as I learned more about psychology, I realized that our drugs enable us to live lives we couldn't otherwise be living. Without our drugs, if you have to feel what you're feeling, and what you're feeling is miserable, those very feelings, that very torture, is what will lead you to change your life, to make decisions that will lead you to a life that you don't need to medicate or numb yourself away from. Because because we do not get to be warmly authoritative, benevolent dictators to our children, but we absolutely do want to influence the kind of people they become, our only option is to have an awesome, present, respectful relationship with ourselves and our children, and to model how to live an awesome life. So instead of obsessing over our children and trying to make them be the person we dream they could be, the best way to parent is to focus on ourselves and make ourselves the person we dream we could be. Instead of, how can I get my kid to do what I know is best, the parents of Galt's Gulch think, be the hero you wish to see in your children. My vision of the heroic parents of Galt's Gulch is that they truly see their children in this moment. They truly understand their children, not their imagined children, but their real children. And they listen to what even their youngest children say they need. And they respect what their children say they don't need. They take their children seriously, and they treat their children's thoughts, values, and selves with respect. And they inspire their children by how they live their own lives. Audre Lorde said, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. Our current parenting tools are not the tools with which a free society can be built. In fact, they are the tools that tear it down. Remember, the method is the message. When we live in the operating system of control, when we use the tools of control to fight for freedom and respect for individuals, when we fail to move out of the system of control psychologically, we've already lost. Our outer world reflects our inner world. This goes two ways. Right now, our government reflects our households, benevolent dictatorships, and our households reflect our personal psychological status, the operating system of control. Our current outer world does reflect our current inner world. If we want our outer world to be one of freedom and respect, our households and our own personal psychology must reflect that.
Good day. So I think we have another 15 minutes or so if people have questions.
Wait, can I just say, I was stressing out about that so bad because when I timed that speech, it was 90 minutes. So I spent the last week just like cutting and cutting and cutting and being like, I can't cut this, I can't cut this. I think I complained about this last night to a million people. And I was like, I guess I cut enough out. I'm so bitter now.
I have a question. Here. Could you critique this scenario, please? I'm a grandfather of twin sons, 8 years old, and of course I want to. Well, the great thing about being grandparents is you get all of the love and none of the responsibility. So I had responsibility for them for a couple of days. I only see them about once a year, and one of them started fighting the other, and I said, if you want to hit someone, hit yourself. He thought that was pretty funny. And but he eventually kept doing it, and I sent him time out to his room. And I thought, he's gonna hate me. But evidently, talking to his father the next few days after I'd gone back home, he was asking about me, oh, where's Grandpa Rob? So, What did I do right or wrong?
If I encountered two children fighting each other, I would stop them. Like, say one is attacking the other, right? You don't have to hold back the one, you gotta hold back the other. So I would hold the one that's trying to hit the other one, and I would say, "You want to hit him? I'm not going to let you. You want to hit him. I see that you want to hit him." And he, struggles. He's like, "Oh, I hate him." And I'm like, "Oh my God, you really feel some strong feelings of hatred for him right now." And all I'm going to do is be the newscaster, and I'm going to say, I'm going to keep reflecting back to him what he's feeling, because if he can express what he's feeling, he won't repress it, and you get to much better places, first of all, if you can be present with your emotions. Then if you are repressing your emotions, you'll generally be talking in abstract terms. He's a jerk! He's mean! If you're in contact with your emotions, you'll be saying things like, "Oh, I hate it, I'm so angry!" And you'll be talking about how you feel, and that will relieve a lot of pressure. But yeah, I'm just going to hold him, and I'm going to say, "I won't let you hit him. I see that you want to. Oh, I see how sad he looks," but you don't comment on how sad the other person looks until this person has had a chance to express themselves fully. "I see how angry you are. Imagine you're angry because he took your toy. I see how badly you want to hit him. I'm not going to let you. I see how badly you want to."
Thanks.
But otherwise, you're a good boy. We all love hearing that.
Thank you for a fascinating talk. And you talked about repressing emotions. I was wondering, in what sense you're using the term repression? Is it synonymous with suppression, or is it in the Freudian sense of repression, or something else?
It's in the Nathaniel Branden sense of repression.
And how's that defined?
It just means not being willing to know what you're feeling. So, for example, before this talk, I told someone that I was feeling anxious, and she was like, "Oh no, like, what did she say?" And I was like, "Actually, it's really important for me to acknowledge that I'm feeling anxious, because that brings the feeling to the surface, and then I don't have to stuff it down." So it takes a lot of energy to repress your feelings. Well, I guess the difference between repression and suppression would be suppression, you don't even know of it. So keeping it down, exhausting. And I would get up here and I'd be like this, because I'm expending so much energy keeping down those feelings. Whereas if I can bring them to the surface and say, "This is what I'm feeling," my conscious awareness, my subconscious that was pinging me and being like, "Hey, I need your attention, hey, I need your attention," you can calm down. So I'm using it in the sense of calming down my subconscious.
Again, actually, a quick description of Brandon's view of your emotions that just sticks in my own mind. Your emotions are automatic reactions to a set of circumstances based on the belief system you programmed your subconscious to believe. So if you don't allow yourself to emote, you're shutting down your ability to even understand yourself, basically. So feel it. If you decide that it's not appropriate, you have to change your belief system. That's essentially what it says. At least that's how I read it.
Well, no, that's step 3. That you have to examine it.
Yes, exactly.
Why do I feel? Why do I feel depressed instead of tired? What abstract rule in my head makes it more shameful for me to be exhausted than to be depressed?
Right.
It's better to be sad and miserable than it is to admit you're tired and you gotta go home and take a nap.
And a lot of that is the feeling guilty because you're not doing what you were trained to do, when actually you were probably trained to do something that's totally appropriate, or could be. Actually, this is an extension of the earlier question. In what way, when you allow the expression of emotions of children, even if they're not in the presence of you or someone who can provide the guidance, how do they learn about property rights, including ownership of themselves and the ownership of the extension into private property?
I don't understand.
Well, you were saying you can hold them from hitting somebody if you're there, right, and allow them to express themselves. But if you're not there, how did they learn about property rights?
Well, okay, so for example, my son, he knew about property rights by the time he was like 1. He was like, if a stranger tried to pick him up, he would be like, "Help him, you do not touch my body." And today he's 4, and if somebody even like elbows him, he'll be like, excuse me, this is my body. You can't touch it unless I give you permission. Because I've raised him to believe that he owns his body. And even when he was an infant, I would say, you know, I'm gonna pick you up now. May I pick you up now? I'm gonna take you to the changing table or whatever. May I pick you up? And I wouldn't pick him up or touch his body until he would look up at me. And I would pick him up and take him. So he has very clear property rights. He also, you know, he gets to own his stuff. So he knows that he can destroy his toys, but he may not destroy mine. So he's pretty clear. But it doesn't mean that there aren't moments when he would really like to break my computer or my phone or something. And so that's a different situation. What was the second part of your question? I'm sorry.
Well, what would you do if you did destroy your computer?
Oh, and then I came in later. Okay, so I'm not there to stop this horrible thing that happened and I walk in later. I'm gonna talk about how I'm feeling. I'm gonna say, I see my computer is broken. Oh my God, what happened? I am feeling so angry right now. Oh my God, I could just explode. That's how angry I'm feeling. I would express how I'm feeling. And I would talk about I, though. I wouldn't say you are, like I wouldn't talk about you. I would talk about I. And I would, if he broke my computer, I'd probably need to first be angry and then I need to cry. Most of us, I would just need to cry. And he would get a chance to see me. He'd get a chance to just, and he has seen me, like be very upset about something, and he gets to watch, like, oh, this is what happens if I do this. And he gets to decide for himself, do I like this? Do I like causing this person this much pain? Was that fun for me? I thought it would be fun, but it's not actually fun. This is actually really miserable. When I get upset, my son usually tries to give me a hug. He's very, he's pretty skilled emotionally for a 4-year-old.
I can see that he would feel bad about causing bad emotion. At what stage did he learn about the responsibility of not harming someone else's property or person?
Well, I would say that he tries already. Like he's always tried. Like he's always. But from what I've read, it happens later than you want, but it happens for the right reasons. So it's probably going to be around the age of 6 to 8 is when they really start to internalize their own feelings of morality. And it's beautiful, but it doesn't happen as often as you want. There are times when people desire to hurt other people, and they're not trying to. I mean, this is, again, my son isn't 8 yet, so I'm not talking from personal experience now. I'm talking about what I've read about other parents who raise their children this way. So it happens later than you want.
It was nice meeting you. Thank you for encouraging me to come. That was very good. Question I have is, how would spirituality or religion fit into this way of living and parenting? Because I heard you mention that at the beginning, so I just hear that.
I mean, that's a huge, can you give me a spirituality or a religion?
I think you mentioned that if someone were to follow into spirituality, religious belief, or and there was this greater being, how would that fit into this way of parenting? How would you incorporate that?
Okay, so I think that the way to answer your question is, if I need a greater being in my life or a spirituality, it has to reflect my ideology. So right now, for example, the Christian religion that creates a king on high who gets to tell you what to do, that's a problem. That's a problem for people who want freedom, because their entire basis in life is to follow what this guy said and not to follow their own individual sense of right and wrong. But I know that people interpret it in different ways. I wasn't raised religiously, so I'm not an expert in religions. What I do know is that creating a situation in which someone is watching you and judging you isn't going to lead to a very healthy place. But there are a lot of other religions too. I know the Buddhist religion, Nathaniel Branden has written about that. Again, I'm not an expert, so all I can do is say, I read something that Nathaniel Branden wrote about Buddhism, in which you don't take responsibility for your emotions, and your goal is to be like the master, the super master of repression.
But say someone was following Buddhism or Christianity or some other form of religion or spirituality, and let's say it was working in their life, it was healthy, and they were living, it was working. And would you recommend changing it and trying not to follow the master? How would that play? I don't really understand.
If you believe in something, the only way to change that belief is to get out of your abstracting brain, come into your perceptual brain, and re-perceive. So you can't top down it. You can't say, all right, I've rationally decided that I will never think X, Y, and Z again. What you have to do is bring conscious awareness. So you bring presence and conscious awareness. If you re-perceive reality and you decide, okay, so there isn't a God like I thought, you will still probably have to do that many times before it becomes your new abstract rule. I'm actually very interested in that subject, like how we change our abstract rules.
Yeah, my children are in their early 20s, and I'm sort of, so I kind of muddled through and made it up as I go along. And I think I brought them up with a disastrous combination of behaviorism and respect. I don't know. If you could find that all right. But what I was going to say about your scenario of the computer breaking and showing your emotions, but I don't think you can get away from the fact that parenting is a bit of a performance. Because you were saying that control parenting is often a performance. I think respectful parenting is too, because you have to illustrate your emotions, which you don't normally have to do. If you walk into a room and a vase is fallen off the shelf and broken, you don't have to display any external characteristics. Whereas if you're trying to model something for the child, you have to verbalize and show. And so I found that I couldn't get away from what you said about this sort of being authentic, expressing with your children. Everything is important because it is very difficult. You do put on the show. Now that the children have left home, I'm very conscious of the fact that when they come back, I change my behavior again. So it's a very difficult line it is difficult. I'm not sure in practice that you can get away from being a little bit of a performance. You're an interpreter. There's many wonderful terms that you use, and I think that's just one that I can find a way to get away from it.
I in part agree with you, but I disagree that I agree with you and disagree. If my computer's broken and how I want to react is to just be like, my computer's broken, and go to my room and shut the door, that's how I'm going to react. I didn't pretend to react that way to put on a show for my kid. That's how I imagined I would actually react. There are times when my son does something that upsets me so much that I can't deal with it right now, and I just say, I'm very upset and I can't deal with it right now. I need to be alone. And I go in my room and I close my door because I think usually, I like a minute or two because I'm so upset. And sometimes it's because you are so upset that you want to beat the crap out of that guy. Like, he pissed you off and you really want to. And so you go in your room and you close your door because you are not going to do that, but you are going to be aware that that's how you feel. So I agree with you that, for example, being a newscaster, I am, in a sense, doing my job, but hopefully in an authentic way rather than an inauthentic way, because I get to write my job description and I get to decide. It's like you get to decide in a relationship, like in a script role parenting, you're taking somebody else's instructions. In yours, you get to decide. So maybe today I'm going to be a newscaster, and tomorrow I'm going to be like, you guys can kill each other. I really couldn't care less right now, because that's what's real right now. And you can always talk about it later,
Well, thank you for the talk. I really enjoyed that.
But it's It's never gonna be perfect.
No.
I don't wanna like present a, at my household, my parenting is perfect.
You mentioned either master of your emotion or slave to your emotions. So I have two questions. At what age can a young person become master of their emotions in your mind? And then a question about conflict resolution. Two young people fighting over a toy, right? This is my toy. How do you intervene? You said if they're going to hit somebody.
Wait, give me one question.
One question. At what age do you feel young people become master of their emotions?
I think, well, okay, so for example, most kids who are 6 months old can already exhibit control patterns, and being a master of your emotion would be having control patterns surrounding your emotions. So not exactly sure how you're using the term, but a 6-month-old will master his desire to cry by sticking his thumb in his mouth, like, Charlotte. And a 3-year-old might master his desire to hit another kid by like sneakily getting a big like scoop of sand and walking over it like, there we go, okay. And in that way he mastered one emotion. So controlling yourself looks different depending on the age you're at. I know that preschool teachers require children to be able to control themselves to a certain extent by the time they're 3. It's like your kid better be able to not hit other children most of the time or bite them most of the time. But like for example, yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by master of your emotions.
Well,
Because I'm not.
I guess it can kind of slide scale depending on the situation. That's fine. The next question is a conflict resolution. So if you have 2 young people, depending on age, say, call it 4 years old or 3, and they're fighting over a toy, right? This is my truck. Give it to me. No, it's mine. Yes. No, yeah, exactly. Then how would you do it?
Okay, so you guys both want the same toy. You're pulling on it. Now you're pulling on it. I'm not going to let you touch his arm, but you can both. They're allowed to pull on the toy, but it depends on whose toy it is. That's assumed it's my toy. Because if it's your toy, then I would say you're trying to take his toy. He doesn't want you to take his toy, and it's his toy. So I'm not going to let you take his toy. It belongs to him. So.
Just differentiating who it belongs to.
Well, you gotta give me more information about this.
That's good.
But otherwise, no, you just keep newscasting. You keep newscasting. They can't touch each other, but they can pull on the toy. And you want the toy, you want the toy. You both really want this toy. Oh, you look angry. Oh, you look like you're about to hit him. I'm not gonna let you hit him. I see you really want that toy. And it honestly doesn't take very long. They pull on the toy for like 3 seconds, and one of them bursts into tears, or one of them like notices that the exact same toy is over there. It doesn't. They resolve it pretty fast.
Hi. So I was reading an article about education, and now there are these 2 concepts that are very being talked about. It's fixed mindset and growth-oriented mindset. And I was wondering if you think that a controlled upbringing leads to a fixed-oriented mindset where if you make a mistake, you think it's your fault and you can't change that. Whereas a growth-oriented mindset is that if you make a mistake, if you work hard, you can actually improve that. Did you get it?
Yeah, no, I'm going to translate it into, it's like.
In English.
No, I'm going to translate it into the language that I speak, which is really half of what I do when I'm reading. You create abstract rules, and a person in a fixed mindset has created a set of abstract rules by which he's going to live his life, and he cannot make new ones. He's really bad at creating a new abstract rule for a different situation. So he had this abstract rule that to be a good boy, he needed to eat a lot. Because that's because mom always told him to eat a lot, but now it's not serving him because now he's like 20 and he's just gaining a lot of weight. And that abstract rule to like finish his plate is no longer serving him. But he finds that he still always finishes his plate. Like what? So in order to make a new abstract rule, he needs to re-perceive. So he needs to bring conscious awareness every time he sits down to eat, like a great deal of perception, like perceiving my body, perceiving what I'm doing. So from in my language, the fixed mindset people live very abstractly, and they're very bad at coming into the present and reperceiving something. And a lot of us struggle with that. A lot of the major messages of religion, like in fact, the incredible messages that I love in religion is come into the present. We spend so much of our time stuck in our heads, and just coming into the present, your brain was designed to abstract and it was designed to perceive. And it is so relaxing to just take a minute and like perceive. Like you just look around and you listen and you feel the sensations in your body. That is, according to Nathaniel Branden, the only healthy way to rewrite an abstraction. It's just conscious awareness. So
do you think like control of bringing you're talking about leads to this kind of mindset?
Yeah, because anything that gets in the way of your ability to be conscious, so you're trying to reprogram yourself, but when you attempt to feel your certain feelings, you're not allowed to feel those feelings, so you can't actually reprogram yourself because that's just not allowed. I think also childhood can be very traumatizing, and some abstractions become very like trauma abstractions. Like you will not change that one. But I do think that it's not solvable in the human race. Your brain will abstract. It will create abstract rules. Your brain will benefit from perception, and you will always be able to change your abstract rules with your perception. But that's going to be a lesson that everyone has to learn in a free society too. You're not going to come up with a set of abstract rules that will work for every situation at all times ever.
Yeah.
Yes, gentleman in the cowboy.
Could you please delve into the psychology and the schooling system a bit more? You touched on intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. Are there any other areas in modern schooling where psychology of children is being impacted in your view?
I don't think you can send your kids to school and have them come out very well. Yeah, I mean, studies have shown when you go into kindergarten, almost your whole world is intrinsic motivation. By the time you're a senior in high school, nothing. Like that kid is destroyed. And it's, according to Erik Erikson, you will at some point between 30 and 60 have a reorientation of your motivation, also called the midlife crisis, in which you discover, oh my God, what have I just done with my life? Like I didn't actually care about any of this. I would rather see that whole like chunk from 10 to 50. Like, why did you wasted your best years? One other interesting thing, John Taylor Gatto, because you mentioned you liked him, had mentioned, I think that that one of the reasons that school went from being like, a long time ago, you finished school when you were 12 or 14. You went to college when you were 12. You finished college at 16. But then they realized that most revolutionaries, most people who start revolutions are between the age of 12 and 21. And so if we can just keep kids busy until they're 21, they will not rebel against their governments. But also they won't start their own businesses. Most people who are entrepreneurial and will start their own business will do it between the age of 12 and 21. And this is stuff they were noticing in the 1700s. And discussing it. Like, okay, so how can we encourage, we need more kids in the factories. We need more kids to work for big business and less entrepreneurs. And we can do that by keeping kids busy until they're 21. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Hi, Roslyn. Even in the absence of explicit punishment and reward, children seem to have a desire to please their parents.
Oh, yeah.
It seems innate. They're happy when you're happy, you're sad when you're sad. Should parents be resisting the temptation to exploit that?
It's beautiful that you can admit that. Let's see. I do know, I mean, that's the interesting thing about having a really respectful relationship with your kid. Like, if you saw me in a grocery store with my son, you might think that I'm a really authoritative parent and he really has to do what I say, the minute I say it, because he's so responsive to, no, don't do that. Please don't do that. I don't want you to do that. He's very responsive. But should you exploit that? Like,
Is it a tool? Is it a method of, like you said, like
Oh.
you cry sometimes and they respond to that? That's sort of play with that, right? And would you actually cry if your computer was damaged?
oh, if my computer broke, I would cry. It's like my life. I might be numb for a couple minutes before I cried, but I would cry. I don't try to exploit. No, no, I don't try to control my son. Like I'm very like, or my husband. You know, it's like I used to start this talk with a scenario. You know, you can Google like how to get your husband to take out the trash, and it's like reward of good behavior is sexier than better. And that's like we live in this world where all we know about relationships in order to get our needs met, it's like I'm not going to even ask you to meet my needs. I'm going to trick you into meeting my needs, and so I don't have that. I try not to relate in that way to anyone, and it doesn't mean that my brain won't offer that. Like your brain is always going to be like, or you can manipulate them. But I try to be very honest and forthright and open. Like these are my needs, and this is what I want, and you can meet my needs or not. It's your choice. And if you choose not to meet my needs, I will probably be sad. But I don't get to force you. I'm not, even with my 4-year-old, I'm not going to trick him. I'm not going to try and trick him into meeting my needs. Because I don't want him to try and trick me into meeting his needs. Like I want to have.
Roslyn, just one quick last question.
Hello, Roslyn. My name is Phil. I just had a quick question about the individual that is trying to feel a feeling that may be uncomfortable. You mentioned that we do so because it may lead to the emergence of lucid thinking. I can definitely sometimes feel like when I'm trying to do that, it's like, is this really worth it to feel this feeling? It feels awful. YouTube is so much better. So my question is about insight. Is there anything you tell yourself when you're trying to feel a feeling that's uncomfortable, or how do you navigate that?
I'm going to actually talk about my husband because he, for me, I'm at this point, like pain is just pain. Like I'm sorry, but I had a baby. It's just pain. It's not really that big a deal. But my husband, for him, he used to go to work and then come home and deal with his exhaustion by numbing out from the TV. And after he started to learn more about psychology too, he decided he wasn't going to allow himself his drugs. And I do the same thing. I am allowed to watch TV, have alcohol, have chocolate, but only if it's a spice to spice up and enrich my life. If I'm trying to use it to change my emotional state or to numb out, that's my new abstract rule. I don't do that. So I can do it, but I have to bring conscious awareness to it. So, but my husband would come home and just sit down, and it's like this dump because you haven't perceived the whole day. All of these things you would have perceived, like your back is uncomfortable, you had to go to the bathroom, you were hungry, like all of this you've been up here and you're exhausted. And so he would sit there and he would just be in pain, like what you're talking about. It was miserable and uncomfortable, and he would talk about it. And what he found is that in order to numb out and recover and then get back to being a regular guy, it would take like 15 hours of numbing out. Like he could watch TV for 15 hours. But if he just took the pain, he would sit there on his bed and just be like, pain, for like 2.5 hours. And then he'd get up and he'd hang out with us. And I was like, this is amazing. Like he has so much more time. But the other thing that happened is that he realized he couldn't live in LA anymore and wanted to move to a farm in Nicaragua. And this man has been talking about doing that for 5 years, but it wasn't until he stopped doing his drugs. Once he took away his drugs, he couldn't keep living this life. I mean, it really is like you use your little numbing thing to get yourself to do what you honestly probably shouldn't be doing.
Roslyn, thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Walter Block. I'm one of the speakers later on today, but it's my honor and privilege now to introduce my friend Michael Edelstein, who's the next speaker. I first met Michael in the 70s. We were both patients at Albert Ellis, and we used to play chess all the time. And we decided we were both pretty lousy at chess, and we weren't getting anything out of it, so we sort of talked to each other a bit more. One of the highlights of my experiences with Michael is my mentor is Murray Rothbard, and his is Albert Ellis. And one time the four of us got together and we sung rational songs. We have this sort of reciprocal relationship where I tutor him in libertarianism, and he tutors me in REBT, rational emotive therapy. And I think he's a better student of mine than I was of his. One of the articles that I wrote, one of my first articles with him as a co-author, is how did we get to own through homesteading land that we want to stay pristine, given that the libertarian theory of homesteading means you have to do something with the land. So if you're interested, email me, I'll send you that article. Michael is the author of 4 books on therapy, psychotherapy. I think his most famous one is 3-Minute Therapy. You buy this book, it's got a few available, $20, and you will look over it in 3 minutes. Michael.
Thank you, Walter, for that wonderful introduction. It'll probably be the highlight of my talk. The other highlight of my talks usually are the question and answer period. So I'll try to follow Roslyn's excellent lead and leave a lot of time for questions and answers. Since we're talking about self-esteem, I'd like to start with defining it. To esteem something means to think highly of it. So self-esteem means to think highly of oneself. And this thinking highly of oneself, thinking you're a good person, a worthwhile person, a success, that kind of thinking leads to emotions. Feeling good about yourself, or feeling like you're a worthwhile person. So what's happening here is we normally evaluate our behaviors. I did well at the race, which makes sense to evaluate your behaviors, and then overgeneralize from the rating of your behavior. I did well in the race, therefore I'm a good person. And then that leads to high self-esteem. So the entire message of my talk can be put in just a few words, that self-esteem comes from self-rating, not rating your performance only or your behaviors, but rating your entire self based on your performance. And I plan to show a number of ways that doesn't make sense. What I'll try to do is puncture the self-esteem of self-esteem. So the question is, since we're dealing with emotions, feeling worthwhile about yourself, or low self-esteem would be feeling worthless about yourself. The question is, where do our emotions come from? And the Stoic philosopher Epictetus had an opinion on that. He said, it's not events themselves that create our emotions, but rather it's our thinking about these events. Or alternatively, Hamlet said, nothing is good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Another way of expressing this is the famous ABC model devised by Albert Ellis. So A is an activating event. For example, I do poorly at work and I get fired. And then C, we'll skip B for a moment. C is my emotional consequences. I feel bad about myself. I feel worthless. I feel like a failure. But the point is, A never causes C. It's never an event itself, no matter how good or how bad. Being fired, being hired, getting approval, getting rejected. It's never those events that cause our high or low self-esteem. but it's B, are thinking about it. For example, in this case, I was fired, I did poorly at work, that's too bad, and I'm a bad person. So that's self-esteem. Let me give you a typical example from my clientele. I had a client named Jerry, and he was about 26, and he was a very successful real estate developer, and he drove a Porsche, and he loved to water ski, and he did very well at it. He was engaged to an intelligent, successful lawyer, and he felt good about himself. But then when the real estate market crashed, he got very depressed. The explanation was when he was doing well, he evaluated himself, his worth, his personhood, his being, in terms of his behavior, doing well, and felt good about himself. And then when he started to do poorly, he felt bad about himself and had thoughts of suicide. So that's where self-esteem comes from. Now, there are other ways people get self-esteem, which I think is equally illegitimate. For example, there was a study done with 13-year-olds from 6 different countries: United States, Britain, Spain, Ireland, Canada, Korea, and they were given a math test, and then they were given a questionnaire, and the question was, I am good at math. The students from the United States scored highest on the question, I am good at math, and last on the math test. And the explanation for that is that in the government schools, they have a self-esteem curriculum where you're taught you're a good person, everyone loves you, and but that detracts from really studying hard and working hard at things. So they had this unrealistic estimation of themselves. Now, there are many problems of self-esteem. I think it's unempirical, it's illogical, it's unpragmatic, it doesn't work, it's confused, there's no point to it. Other than that, I love it. Now to look at some of the empirics, take someone who's a great surgeon and saves people's lives every day, yet he has a few problems. He has a drinking problem, he's abusive to his wife and children, he kicks the dog. So he has some good behaviors, he has some bad behaviors. How can he possibly rate his total self with this mix? And we're all a mix of good and bad behaviors. There's no calculus that allows us to do it, and it's not observable. We can observe his behaviors, we can observe him saving lives, we can observe him drinking too much, but we can't observe him that he's a good person or a bad person. People don't walk around with halos or horns or anything like that. Humans are in constant flux. We're all a process, we're all changing. But to give someone a total rating or give yourself a total rating as good or bad confuses the process with a product. It's sort of like a painting where the colors are constantly changing and you see some red on the painting and you see that's a red painting. But shortly there's no red, or there's more red, or there's green, or there's blue. And that's the way humans are. We're a process. We could do poorly today, do well tomorrow. So again, there's no way of taking a product, we're not a product, we're a process, and saying that's us, that's the evaluation of us. If you have a student who's good at some subjects, math and music, and poor at English and grammar, and has friends, treats their friends nicely, but treats their parents nastily. Again, does it make sense for this child to think well of themselves or poorly of themselves? I don't think so. Also, it tends to lead people to observe their behavior and measure themselves in terms of their behavior. So they're focusing on doing well, not for the intrinsic pleasure of it, but rather because it leads to proving themselves and feeling better about themselves. So there's really no point to that. It's illogical because it takes your traits and says that it follows that the evaluation of your traits is the evaluation of yourself. In the 60s, there was an acerbic talk show host on TV. His name was Joe Pine, and he was very controversial and conservative. And one of his guests was Frank Zappa. Frank Zappa was an early rock and roll musician with long hair when it wasn't fashionable yet. And Joe Pine had been in World War II and he lost a leg in World War II and he had a wooden leg. So as soon as Frank Zappa walked on stage, Joe Pine said, "You have long hair. I guess you're a girl." And Frank Zappa shot back, "You have a wooden leg. I guess you're a table." and that's really the structure of self-esteem. You take behaviors and you say, this is the entire person. Now, having high self-esteem really doesn't work, and there's no point to it. As I said, you focus on trying to prove yourself, prove that you're a good person, rather than enjoying yourself. And it encourages giving up because you're more likely to have a fear of failing. Because if you fail, your ego's on the line, and then your self-esteem goes down. It leads to obsessing, dwelling, ruminating, anxiety, and depression. And I'd say about 70 to 80% of my clients have problems because they believe in self-esteem, because of their low self-esteem. And even though many of them are accomplished and do well in life, they focus on the problems, their imperfections, and because that's what humans have a tendency to do, we all have a tendency to focus on the negative. It's an evolutionary, psychological tendency we have, and so that tends to create these problems. It also discourages thinking out of the box, because if you take a risk, stick your neck out, and come up with new ideas or novelties, there's more of a chance that there's a problem with them, and then you go back to being a failure or being a worthless person in your own mind if you entertain this self-esteem concept. And for similar reasons, it encourages conformity and nationalism, because when you identify yourself with things out there, then you're more likely to identify with the state. I am the state, and the state is me, and the further the state goes out and its imperialism and nationalism, the better person you are. So we always have to do better compared to other countries to prove that we're good people. Now, let's apply this to Ayn Rand herself. Ayn Rand had some very, very good, noble traits. She had a vision for a better world. She was undeterred by criticism and derision. She had a lot of courage. She influenced millions with her books. Atlas Shrugged still sells over 500,000 books a year, which is marvelous. Yet she had some very negative traits. For about 40 years, she was addicted to dexedrine, caffeine, nicotine. She was hard to get along with and offensive to many people. She started to develop a friendship with Frank Lloyd Wright, and he rejected her because she was so obnoxious. And when she had lung surgery for lung cancer from smoking, she insisted that her inner circle not tell anyone that she had cancer. And then after her surgery, she continued to smoke and died about 8 years later. So by her own standards, she had much self-destructive behavior, irrational behavior, immoral behavior, yet she did many great things. So if we use self-esteem and apply it to Ayn Rand, would it make sense for her to give her high self-esteem based on the great things she did, or low self-esteem based on all her problems, irrationality, and imperfections? That's really an unanswerable question, because self-esteem cannot be arrived at in any kind of calculus. Now, the main exponent of Ayn Rand's idea of self-esteem was Nathaniel Branden. He wrote 7 books on self-esteem. Ayn Rand didn't write any books on self-esteem. She mentioned it from time to time in her novels and her books, but no major works. And in Nathaniel Branden's books on self-esteem, he has various definitions of self-esteem, but one of the clearest is in his book, The 6 Pillars of Self-Esteem. And he highlights 6 pillars of self-esteem. The first is the practice of living consciously, by which he meant being aware and being mindful. So it's the practice of living consciously, it's a behavior, it's an action. Number 2 was the practice of self-acceptance, accepting oneself. Again, that's a way of thinking, cognitive behavior, and as he says, a practice. Number 3 was the practice of self-responsibility, acting in a self-responsible way. 4, the practice of self-assertiveness, being assertive, expressing your own interests and values. 5, the practice of living purposefully, and by that he means formulating goals for your life and implementing the goals. And 6, the practice of personal integrity, by which he meant not being a hypocrite, standing by your convictions and your behaviors. So notice, and then you add this all up somehow, and he doesn't tell you exactly how to do that, and then you decide how well you do at these practices, and then give yourself a total rating based on the rating of your practices. So self-esteem, again, is self-rating rather than just trait or behavior rating. Now, all these practices are very respectable and excellent practices, and I don't have anything against that. It's just when you drag in self-esteem needlessly and ask yourself, am I a good person? Am I a bad person? Am I worthy of self-esteem or not? So again, it's an overgeneralization, and I don't see any point to it. So the solution to all this, if you're going to throw out self-esteem, the solution that I propose, which was proposed by Albert Ellis, who devised this theory of rational emotive behavior therapy, and by the way, had a debate with Nathaniel Branden about this in 1969. The solution is unconditional self-acceptance. Accepting yourself as an imperfect human, whether you do well or poorly, or people will love you or hate you, all through that, your essence is just imperfectibility. You're just imperfect. You're not a good or bad person. And you can think of the free market as sort of a model for this. Normally, when you want to purchase something, you generally think about whether this is something you would like, and the opportunity costs, and whether it would benefit you. And normally you don't think about the worth of the person. Are they a good person or a bad person? That's really not part of it. You're focusing on situations. So focus on your behaviors, and if you do well, if you evaluate your behaviors as good, that helps, because then you can try to maintain those good behaviors. If you do poorly, well, that's good that you determine that, because then you can try to improve. But beyond that, saying, therefore, I'm a good or bad person seems to have no point. It doesn't help. and you'd be better off for that. Okay, well, thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
If I understood you correctly, you suggested that high self-esteem may be discouraging in that, like U.S. math students, who tend to do badly and feel great about it. But I've seen instances in which someone has done, a moderately good job at something, and you say, oh, third grader, that was terrific, that was really good, and that spurs them to actually pursue that.
Right.
How do you reconcile those two?
Yeah, well, that's a very good question, and it highlights the confusion between self-esteem and self-confidence and task confidence. So if you say that was great, you're commenting on the person's performance, their behavior, what they did, and I'm all in favor of that. That was great, you did great, but not self-esteem. You're a great person because you did great. Do you see the distinction? Okay, good. Any other questions?
Referring to the case that the gentleman was talking about, American test takers having an elevated view, what's the difference between a false sense of one's worth and just plain vanity? It sounds like that. It sounds like vanity to me. This artificial high self-esteem.
Right. So the difference between a false sense of self-worth, and I think all senses of self-worth are false, and vanity. Vanity is one type of false sense of self-worth. Now, Nathaniel Branden in some of his books said, well, there is a problem with self-esteem if you base your worth on the wrong thing. But if you base it on being responsible, being assertive, all these other things, then that's authentic self-esteem. So it makes sense to evaluate yourself, give yourself high self-esteem if you base it on these things, and that's authentic self-esteem. But as I'm trying to illustrate, all self-esteem just can be boiled down to one thing: rating your total self based on the rating of your behaviors, no matter what behaviors you choose. Now, some behaviors are better than others, so it's better. If you have to have high self-esteem, then it might be better to base it on being assertive, being responsible, being personable, things like that, than being a great crook. So that would be better. But there's a third alternative which avoids all these problems that are highlighted with self-esteem, and that's just rate your behavior and set goals, purposes, objectives in your life. Try to achieve those objectives, and if you're doing well at it, evaluate that. If you're doing poorly, evaluate that. But never along the way, or even at the end, if you achieve or don't achieve your goals, never say, therefore, I'm a good person, I'm a bad person, because, as I said, it's unempirical. There's no data to prove you're a good or bad person. It's just data to prove you did well or poorly. It's illogical. It doesn't follow from doing well. Somehow that magically turns you into a good person, and it doesn't work because it often leads to anxiety, depression, and those kinds of things.
Thanks. Hi. Hi. So I kind of agree with you about the logic behind the self-esteem, but it doesn't seem like it's more of a fact of the nature. I mean, 5 books on self-esteem, is that what
7 books?
7.
Yeah.
Like, who even really thinks about it? We walk around, we go, man, I'm feeling kind of nervous around these people. That seems to me like to be just the way your self-esteem might not be up to par. That's maybe how I look at it anyways, and someone else is confident, they'll just go up and talk to 100 people and they're all relaxed, they feel good about themselves, etc. That seems like self-esteem, that's just the way we are. And if you say to someone, that doesn't make sense, they may even agree, but can they go, okay, it doesn't make sense, I have the self-esteem, but was I born with this inherent thing, or how could you see that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and it highlights the biological genetic part of this. And as you said or implied, we are born with a genetic predisposition to rate our total selves based on the rating of our behaviors. So when I have a client who says, you know, one of these reasons I have these problems is because of the way I was raised. My parents told me I was a bad boy, and I'm working against that. I say it's even worse than that. You're not only working against that, your upbringing and reinforcement, but you're working against your genetic predispositions. So I agree that that's in there, but simply because we have genetic predispositions to act or think in certain ways doesn't mean we can't make major inroads in them. Does that answer your question, or is just part of it?
You said the solution is an unconditional self-acceptance. How would you, or what ways would you recommend people practice or increase their unconditional self-acceptance?
That's a good question, which highlights how we change our beliefs and our thinking, because remember the ABC model, it's not the situation I did well or poorly that causes my high or low self-esteem at C, but it's B, our thinking about it. And so the issue is, how do you change your thinking to come to thinking or a conviction of unconditional self-acceptance? And the answer is the way we learn most things, and the basic learning principle is reinforcement is the royal road to learning. The more we practice, reinforce, go over a new way of thinking that makes sense, as long as it's meaningful and makes sense, the more we start to change our thinking and learn to get away from self-esteem and go more to self-acceptance. And one of the processes in doing that, again, is sort of a natural process. The way we reinforce it is to questioning, challenging, and contradicting our irrational thinking. So whenever you notice you're thinking, I'm a good person because someone loves me, or I'm a rotten person because I just screwed up, then you ask yourself, what is the evidence for it? There's evidence I screwed up, or there's evidence someone loves me. Well, what is the evidence that somehow magically turns me into a good or bad person? And if you think about it, normally you'll see there is no evidence. It's a fiction. Just like when you were 3 years old, you might have believed in Santa Claus, and then as you got older, you saw there's no evidence for Santa Claus. It was my parents that put those presents there. It doesn't make sense. So then you change your thinking, and it's the same process here. Question, challenge, and contradict the whole notion of self-esteem. Ask yourself, is there data for it? Does it follow logically because I did well, I'm a good person, or because I did poorly, I'm a bad person? And is it pragmatic? Does it work for me to have this rating of myself? Now the question comes up, well, if I don't feel good about myself, or if I'm not going for high self-esteem, what's the joy in life and what motivates me? And the answer is setting goals and working hard toward those goals as a motivator, because you would like to achieve your goals, obviously, otherwise they wouldn't be goals. So that's a motivator. That brings happiness and pleasure. The process, the byproduct of working hard towards something normally is happiness. And then if you're successful enough to achieve it, then that also leads to happiness. So we can have great happiness and great joy in life without self-esteem and without the attendant risks of anxiety, depression, obsessions, those kinds of things without self-esteem. That answer the question?
Michael, aren't you using the word, aren't you using two words here? One is self-esteem, which was the earlier part of your speech in which you mentioned about external validation. Nathaniel Branden, when he uses the word self-esteem, he talks about internal validation. So aren't these two different kind of self-esteems?
No, I'm glad you raised that, because all motivation and all thoughts of self-esteem, anything like that, is based, really, the bottom line, it's based on internal values. So for example, let's suppose you tell me you like me and I feel good about myself. Well, that starts out as external validation, but unless that's meaningful to me, you're liking me, then it's not gonna really make an impact on me. So there is sort of, you could make an artificial division between external and internal in terms of where it starts out, but it always ends with internal validation because of my values. Does that answer your question? Sure. Yeah.
For many years, I know that Dr. Albert Ellis had a psychiatric session out in the open in an auditorium before hundreds of people. I was a little bit curious. My ex-wife was very curious. We went a couple of times, and what I got out of it was that they're perfectly normal-looking human beings that deep inside were pretty scary. They were suicidal, and they were likely to kill someone right there in the audience or on the street. That couldn't be what Dr. Ellis was aiming for. What was he trying to bring out in these open psychiatric sessions, do you think?
Yeah, that brings me back to many years ago, because I used to go to those workshops and even volunteered a few times to talk about problems. And I think what he was trying to bring out was demonstrating his approach to therapy, rational motive behavior therapy, in front of the audience. Also helping the person who came on stage with him with the problems that they brought up. And I think mainly to illustrate and demonstrate and to educate the audience about the basic principles of REBT, which is a great way to help others and help yourself with your emotional behavioral problems. So he actually demonstrated it. And he had the courage to demonstrate it because a lot of therapists wouldn't want to be public about their work with clients since often therapy is very ineffective. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Dr. Edelstein. Actually, you and Brandon and others counsel people to help them understand themselves better. And I think for the most part, most of us are looking for feedback from friends and family. So as a person who people often come to for advice or feedback, what would you recommend to the average person in how to provide that feedback? When I say objective, I understand that we're not really objective, but in a way that helps them be more self-observant without criticizing their behaviors and for their judges.
Yes, good question. Yes, it makes a lot of sense. And one of the ways I recommend to my clients to do this is first ask for permission. Yes. Would you like some feedback? And if you wouldn't, I understand, that's okay, but I just wanted to be helpful. And then if they say yes, then the first step is to criticize yourself, because often when you criticize other people, they may feel you're implying you're good, you do it right, they don't know what they're doing, so I have to educate you. So start by criticizing yourself and say, I'm not the best in communicating, and I know I often could do better at communicating. And then compliment the other person. And I know you're interested in being a better communicator, and you do very well in some areas, but there's one thing I'd like to mention to you, and then deliver the criticism, whatever it is. So that's often a way that opens the person up to listening rather than just marching right in and saying, you shouldn't talk so much. So this kind of introduction often is better.
Well, and then that latter part is a little bit like the one-minute manager too. You're really good at this. This is something I've noticed, and we've got. I know that you're anxious to improve yourself, so I congratulate you on that kind of thing. Yes, no?
Oh, absolutely, yes. In order to build a framework with another person, in order for them to accept criticism, complimenting the other people and giving them praise about their behaviors often leads to them being more open to you, liking you more, and being more willing to listen to what you have to say. By the way, you brought up the one-minute manager. That was a book on the bestseller list for a number of years, I believe. What's that?
I think it still is.
Oh, is it? And it had one main message, and that is, instead of catching your employees doing something wrong, catch them doing something right, and then give them positive feedback on that. So I named my book The 3-Minute Therapy after that. And in the first chapter, I have this one simple lesson. And then in the rest of the chapters, I apply it to different problems, such as anxiety, depression, procrastination, addictions, money worries, relationship problems, those kinds of things. And the one basic lesson, which is this was the subject for my talk here 2 years ago, was that all musts and shoulds, all demands, all absolutistic thinking leads to emotional problems. So to illustrate that with self-esteem, normally when you have low self-esteem, you start out with a demand on yourself. I must do well at this job. And if I don't, I'm no good. Now, if you give up your musts, underlying that is preferences, values, desires. I strongly prefer to do well at this job. And if I don't, I have disadvantages. It's not a reflection of my worth as a person. I have disadvantages in terms of achieving my goals. So then you can focus on your goals and doing better rather than saying I'm no good as a person, getting depressed and often doing worse. So if you give up the musts and shoulds, of which self-esteem is a derivative, I must do well, otherwise I'm a good person or a bad person if I don't, then the global evaluation of yourself disappears. So that's the one lesson in the book, 3-Minute Therapy.
I think we talked about self-esteem in sort of a self-contained individual, and I'm wondering when we put this individual together with others, is this the same person we call a narcissist?
You know, I'm not very good at these labels. I don't find labels very useful, and there's a manual that many psychologists and psychiatrists use called the DSM, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, and has all these diagnoses: narcissistic, borderline, antisocial. I don't really find that a useful way to diagnose people. I diagnose people in terms of their irrational beliefs, their musts and shoulds, and their global evaluations, and that tells me exactly how I can help them by helping them challenge and contradict their musts and shoulds. So I'm sorry, I'm a little weak on narcissism. Could you maybe elaborate using other words?
Yeah, I guess the fundamental belief in narcissism, as I understand it, is a feeling of being better than other people, and yet being extremely sensitive and vulnerable, and essentially having to hide that, or you put other people down to build yourself up because you're so sensitive. I think inherently it's an inability to have mutually respectful relationships, and I'm seeing that would be an outcome of, I mean, what you're describing about self-esteem strikes me as being exactly that, because if your self-esteem is always, your evaluation of yourself as a person is always based on how you're performing at a given moment, you have to outperform everybody else who's in the room.
Yes, that's a very good point, and one that I often mention in my talks. I neglected to mention it, so thanks for helping me with the talk. And that is, the idea of self-esteem leads to invidious comparisons with others. It's like you're on a seesaw. If I do well, I go up in my estimation as a worthwhile person, and if I do better than you, then you go down. So it is a matter of comparing oneself often in relation to others. Now, it's great to compare your traits in relation to others. So if Walter beats me in most games of chess, I could say he's better at chess than I am, and I'd like to beat him, so I'm going to study chess and work harder at chess. See, I'm focusing on my behaviors. But if I say Walter's a better person, then I get into this problematic area of self-esteem. And that's where narcissism comes in. I have to prove I'm a better person and be better than Walter and everyone else.
Michael, one of the problems of the libertarian movement is burnout. A lot of people start out as libertarian and notice that the state is still there and there's a lot of evil around the world, and they just sort of get sick of it and leave, which is unfortunate because we need every libertarian. There's so few and each one's precious. How would you address that problem of libertarian burnout?
Yeah, I've given talks to libertarian audiences on overcoming feuding and burnout. And again, if you have an emotional problem or behavioral problem like burnout, and you see it as a problem. I'm not telling you if you're involved in some project and then you leave it, that's necessarily burnout. But if it is burnout, burnout normally means giving up unreasonably or compulsively. Again, the burnout comes from a must. I must change the libertarian movement so it gets the most popular political philosophy here, and if I don't, I'm no good. And then you have these unrealistic goals that you put a must to, so you try, and you don't seem to be getting anywhere. So then you conclude, I'm no good, and this is hopeless, and things like that. Whereas if you don't have a must, I prefer to make major changes, political changes in society. If I don't, that's too bad. Then it's still disappointing. You're not going to be happy about it. This isn't a feel-good approach, but it's less likely to lead to burnout and working at it. And Walter, I think you're a great model for this because you've been a libertarian since the 60s, I think, is that right? And the government's still growing, getting larger and larger, despite all your valued efforts, and you seem to really enjoy working at it, and you're dismayed by this larger lack of success, but you still enjoy the work, you're still going at it, and I don't see you suffering from burnout anytime soon. Other questions?
Yeah. Hi, Michael.
Yes.
I wanted to ask a clarification for what you're advising of unconditional self-acceptance and what you were saying earlier about how nothing is good or bad, thinking makes it so. So I'm wondering, doesn't that toss out the concept of objective morality? And if so, how does REBT deal with an individual who does something that's awful, that most people would agree is awful, but thinks it's great and feels good about it?
Well, I don't try to help people get more popular. So if they're doing something that they think is okay, then the first question is, do they have any musts or shoulds that leads to this distorted view, or global evaluations that leads to this distorted view? And if they do, I help them with that, and that can often help them, if they're mistaken in their views, help them reevaluate that. So that's the basic thing. But if someone thinks the world is flat, it's not my job to disabuse them of that. But if they think it's awful, terrible, and they have to be miserable forever because the world is flat, then I help them with their emotional problems. I'm not sure if that addressed that, did it? Yeah. Okay, any other questions?
Throughout the course of your talk, I've become horrifyingly aware of my tendency to appeal to the self-esteem of others. They do something good, and I say, "Oh, you are great," and I'm just wondering, what sort of are there any ramifications for that sort of other than self-deceit? Am I tricking myself into thinking these people are great when they're just, good at a certain thing or did a good job on something? Or any ramifications of self-esteem externalized?
Yeah, that's a great question, and leads us to another area, and that is one of my specialties is working with couples, and sometimes it's not unusual when a couple comes in or one person in a couple comes in and they're having problems. What happened is when they fall in love, they idealize the person. And they think because this person is smart, accomplished, those kinds of things, they're a wonderful person. And then they start living with them and they see they have feet of clay. And because they didn't realize they were, no matter how wonderful this person is in certain areas, that person still is an imperfect human and is going to have his or her own problems, often severe problems, and they're taken by surprise, and then they go the other extreme. This is an awful person, or you see that in divorce fights, right? Someone that they love for many years all of a sudden becomes the devil. And this is another ramification, as you're saying, of the self-esteem idea. But we're all, as Stefan Molyneux would say, we're all just people doing things, and then we put evaluations on what they're doing, what we're doing, which is fine, and then these global evaluations on ourselves and others, and then we have unrealistic ideas about ourselves and others. Other questions? Roslyn, did you have a question? You look questioning at times.
I was wondering if I disagree with your interpretation of Nathaniel Brandon's definition of self-esteem.
Okay, and what did I miss?
But also, I wasn't. Nathaniel Brandon defines self-esteem as the combination of self-efficacy and your right to joy, a deep internal belief that joy is your birthright, and self-efficacy being defined as whether or not you're competent to handle life. And he didn't encourage thinking of self-esteem as your sum total and how to judge yourself. He talked about self-esteem as a set of behaviors and as a set of behaviors that he wanted to encourage. And one of the things he really encouraged was to accept yourself more. So I agree with everything you said. I translated into different words about abstraction and presence and perception, but I disagree with your interpretation of the.
Yeah.
And I'm interested in that. Like, I'm wondering why. Yeah, it's interesting.
So as I defined self-esteem earlier, esteem means to feel good, and self-esteem means to feel good about yourself.
Right.
So may I just finish? May I finish? And so what he's saying, since his books are on self-esteem, he calls it self-esteem. What he seems to be saying is, do these things, these practices, self-efficacy, as you said, joy, all these things. These are your behaviors, cognitive, internal, external behaviors, and then he comes to self-esteem, feeling good about yourself. Now, that's as distinguished from Albert Bandura, who had this concept of self-efficacy, by which he meant you're efficacious in doing various things. You're good at this, you're bad at that, the other thing, but he didn't wrap it up into calling it self-esteem or a global evaluation. Sorry.
No, I don't agree.
Okay.
Nathaniel Brandon said for him self-esteem was a mindset. It wasn't a judgment. It was a way of approaching the world.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, you're talking about judgments, the abstract judgments we make about ourselves, and our perceptual reality. If we focus on our feelings and needs, then we're not thinking about our abstract judgments of ourselves. If, instead of thinking I am good, you think, wow, I really feel happy right now. So you focus on your feelings and needs rather than, you come into the present rather than abstract yourself. And Nathaniel Brandon was extremely for coming into the present and not abstracting yourself. And your definition of self-esteem is self-abstraction. It's a I am good. That is a judgment. That's an abstract self. So it just doesn't. But again, I agree with everything you said about self-esteem. I just don't think. I don't think you and Nathaniel Brandon. I disagree with how you interpret this word.
I understand. So that's a good explanation of Nathaniel Brandon's position. So if you're, say, in the moment and you don't abstract yourself, then you're happy now, or you're doing well now. But then I'm not clear why he calls all this self-esteem, esteeming yourself. Why not just throw it out, as I'm saying, and enjoy the moment and be happy and be efficacious, those kinds of things, and forget about a report card on your total self, which he's calling self-esteem. Now, maybe what I understand you saying, Roslyn, maybe the problem is he's just using self-esteem and he didn't mean self-esteem, but I'm taking him literally. So, yeah.
He invented the word and the concept, and then he defines it in a certain way, and then other people define it in other ways. But your argument that you can't talk about his version of self-esteem unless you're going to talk about what he meant by self-esteem. What you talk about when we're talking about self-esteem is not what he meant. So it's you can say he's using the word wrong, or I could say you're misquoting him. It doesn't matter. But you guys aren't talking about the same thing.
I wouldn't say he's using the word wrong based on what you said. I just don't understand. Based on what you said, helps me inform myself about his view better. I wouldn't say he's wrong about self-esteem. Now I would say I just don't understand why he's using that term, self-esteem, if he's talking about only these specific things and not abstracting about yourself. Then I think he has some great ideas. So I think that's a problem. Now, another problem with some of Nathaniel Branden's writing, and he seems to have somewhat different views at different times in his books. He says self-esteem springs from these things, being efficacious and being responsible, being assertive. Self-esteem springs from that, and that's a behavioral model, an AC model. So at A, the activating event, you're efficacious or you act responsibly or assertively, and then at C, self-esteem sprung up. But that's not how our emotions work. The way our emotions work is it's never A that causes C. It's never our actions, internal or external, or how we feel at A that forces us to feel anything about ourselves at C, good or bad, but it's always our thinking about it. So there's no springing out of the blue, but there's always our thinking, and that's what I'm focusing on, the fundamental principle behind self-esteem, your thinking. And as I'm defining it, self-esteem means globally evaluating yourself, abstracting about yourself, and I understand what you're saying, Roslyn, he doesn't really mean it that way, so maybe you've put your finger on the difference. Do we have any more time now, Jayant?
Well, we have another 5 minutes if there's any more questions.
Any further questions? Everyone has given up self-esteem?
I'm a good boy.
Okay, they can still catch you during the coffee time, and we'll break for 20 minutes for coffee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Actually, I heard a lot of things before. She did the same speech on
I'm not certain, but I think somebody was saying I'm not sure, because I did not turn around very well. I'm sorry, but I actually don't know. But I'm sort of
But sauerkraut.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start. If you'd like to come in, or stay outside if you don't. They don't want to come. Free country. Yes.
You pay, you come in.
You can start anyway.
You already paid for it.
Well, I'm very pleased and honored to introduce our next speaker. When Jayant asked me if I would introduce Rick Roll, I really felt quite pleased. I've known Rick for over 20, well, probably closer to 30 years. First as a business associate, and then, you know, subsequently we became very good friends. He did say to me after I accepted, but he didn't want me to discuss drugs or investments or gold or anything else, even when I introduced Rick. Suffice it to say that Rick, who I think most of you here know, Rick is an extremely successful businessman. As long as I've known Rick, he's sort of had this anti-government streak to him. I'm not really quite sure when he became an anarchist. I don't think it was from exhaustive reading of von Bauer or anything like that. I think it came from an innate sense of common sense and justice, as well as from practical experience. There's a couple of things about Rick I've just mentioned. One is his energy. I've never come across anyone as energetic as Rick. When we go to conferences and the program starts at 7 o'clock in the morning, Rick asks the organizers if he can do a 6 o'clock workshop. And then at 7 or 8 in the evening, he's doing the closing session. So there's no one I've ever come across as energetic as Rick. The other thing about Rick is that in a very modest and unassuming way, he's very, very generous person. He gives to causes that are appropriate. He's very generous as a host. And I think perhaps even more important, he's very generous with his time and his knowledge and expertise. And that brings me to the topic of his speech. Where is Rick? Is he around? There he is. Yes. So that brings us to the topic of his speech on mentoring.
Thank you so much, Adrian. You're right, it's much closer to 30 years that we've known each other, and I need to say I've enjoyed all of it. Thank you again. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Many of you know I'm just coming off a conference of my own, which was, of course, a special joy. I need to tell you that my dress today conveys no disrespect. It just has to do with the fact that I've been in the suit for 4 days, and one more day wouldn't do. It's lovely to be here at Capitalism and Morality. I've enjoyed this every year, both as a speaker and as a student. It's a spectacular place. I'd like to extend a special welcome to those people who chose to attend this after having attended my seminar. I think this seminar is really what my seminar is all about. Perhaps that's not the case. That one may be how to make money, and this one may be why to make money, but I think this is a very natural extension. I'm delighted that Jayant has always graced us with this conference after ours. I'd also like to acknowledge Dr. Edelstein. The talk he just gave was as good a talk as I have ever heard, and it was a perfect introduction to my talk. The sort of rational sense, and in particular, the affirmative discourse that Dr. Edelstein used is an important way to begin the discussion of mentoring. I don't know if you noticed this, but every question that was asked, he thought through and was grateful for the question. He said, "That's a great question," or "Thank you for bringing that to light." An important part of my discussion with regards to mentoring is how to extract information from your mentor and how to impart information to those you are mentoring. And I think Dr. Edelstein was an absolutely superb guide to how that goes. A question comes, every question is an opportunity to teach. Every question is a platform for a statement. But before you move off using it as a platform for a statement, Acknowledge the question, answer the question, and be grateful that somebody gave a damn about your topic to the extent that they thought through to ask a question. Every time somebody has asked a question, it's an acknowledgement of the value of what you were trying to teach. I'd also like to thank Bonnie, my wife, when Jayant asked me this year what I wanted to talk about. I had thought in previous sessions of Capitalism and Morality, I taught about everything I was capable of teaching. And she said, no, you have at least one more speech in you. This one should be about your current interest mentoring. She was exactly correct. I was at a loss to figure out what to do. And thankfully, she was there to help me with that. So we're going to discuss today mentoring and being mentored. We're going to discuss the fact that mentoring is being mentored. In other words, I will show you, I hope, and you probably know this intuitively, that you learn while you teach and you teach while you learn. And the same thing holds true, of course, for being mentored. An important part of both being mentoring and being mentored is that each, the teacher and the student, calls the other to action. And we'll talk about the value of the call to action. And not surprisingly, being an old salesman at the end of the talk, I'm going to give you all a call to action. We'll see if I give a good enough talk that you take me up on it. Mentoring itself, I guess, is a sort of an informal or formal transferring of knowledge. You can transmit knowledge, techniques, beliefs, and it's important at the beginning of the topic to acknowledge that there are many sort of subsets in society, and there are many opportunities to be mentored, and many opportunities to be mentored. I, myself, am choosing to mentor in a commercial sense within the commercial group I'm part of, Sprott, and within the broader Sprott community, investors or executives who are engaged in natural resource and extractive activities, in precious metals in particular. And I'm also, in my declining years, eager to mentor to the extent that I can be useful in free market, libertarian, and anarcho-capitalist circles. I freely acknowledge that I don't have the philosophical and the deep sort of, how would you say, abstract knowledge in those topics that many other people in the room have. What I do have is a sort of patina of legitimacy that came to me accidentally by becoming rich. And the truth is that you have to use every tool that's available to you. Not having a PhD, my stepfather used to describe that as piled higher and deeper, it is at once probably a burden, but also an opportunity to me, because I have the ability to convince people who for some reason have come to me in order to be convinced. And I'm going to talk about a little bit, and I did last year too, about using the credibility that you have in one part of your life to offer up goods and be prepared to accept goods in other parts of your life. So we'll talk a bit about that. I should have, as opposed to discussing the value of mentoring and being mentored, if I think back about it, you know, given that I'm a veteran pitchman, really, I should have titled the speech Mentoring and Being Mentored for Fun and Profit. But given that this is more sort of a philosophical or a moral thing, I think I should call it Mentoring, a Mechanism for Change. Anyway, you suffered through a whole bunch of titles, so let's get into the meat. Some observation. Pareto's Law, central part of my life. Everybody really sort of familiar with who Eduardo Pareto was? Wonderful social scientist, and Eduardo Pareto taught us, everybody's familiar, I think, with the 80-20 precept, which is that in any given skill set, any given task, 20% of the population generates 80% of the positive utility, about. But it's a bell-shaped curve, so there's a different 20% of the population that generates 80% of the aggravation. Aggravation might not be a precise word, Walter, but you'll help me find the right one later. What's important about Pareto's Law, or one of the things that's important about Pareto's Law, in addition to the fact that there's two lips, a good and bad lip, is that if the task is large enough and the population base is large enough, that the good lip and the bad lip, if you were to run them through the same performance dispersal curve, conformably aligns again. So that 20% of the 20% generates 80% of the 80%, or 4% of the population generates 60-something percent of the positive utility and 60-something percent of the negative utility. It's also true that there are so many skills and so many values, so many things in the world, so many communities that we all inhabit, that you can mentor and be mentored in several areas. Just as I'm trying to help people commercially and I'm trying to help people philosophically, there are literally thousands of tasks. And that's important to recognize, because somebody who is competent in one area may not be competent in another. It's important in being a mentor and in selecting a mentor that you acknowledge and differentiate, segregate your expertise. It's also important, if you're seeking a mentor, to understand that some people are better at some things than other people. I will caution those young people in the room who want me to mentor them in terms of freedom and liberty, that I'm actually a success in making money, as an example. While I seek to mentor you in free markets and in libertarian stuff, there are actually many better mentors in the room. I might be able to teach you how to teach liberty better than they can, however, as a consequence of the fact that I teach and sell in other areas. This isn't about me. It's about the fact that some people are better than other people, and there are a whole bunch of subjects. So you have to choose who you are going to mentor by virtue of the fact that you need to determine whether you think that person is going to be a success in the task that they have chosen for themselves. Otherwise, you'll waste your time and you'll waste their time. And in selecting a mentor, you have to avoid wasting your time. You have to avoid wasting their time. You have to think, this is very generally the skill set that I want to acquire. This is the knowledge I want to acquire. These are the values I want to acquire. And is this person the right person to extract whatever it is that you need? So I want to begin a little bit by the discussion of being mentored. If we're sort of progressing chronologically through life, early on, you have need for more skills, need for more values, need for more technique than you have them to offer others. And I was very fortunate in my life to have a lot of mentors. Looking back, I realized that at the time, I didn't recognize that I was being mentored. At the time, perhaps my mentors didn't recognize it either, because the structure that I'm going to talk about in the talk today is something that I was really unaware of until 2 or 3 years ago, when I began to think through the process of mentoring others. But I look back at some of the lessons that I learned as a young man and the value of those lessons, and I realize now that intuitively and instinctively I was pretty good at consuming knowledge without knowing how to do it. I remember, as an example, an early boss of mine in the 70s who I worked for, a self-made man, a wonderful boss, and he used to fly me around the country ceaselessly, by the way, and he would fly me first class. And as a young, cheap guy, trying to do the best I could for the organization, I said, you know, you don't need to fly me first class. Both parts of the plane get there at the same time. I'm young and strong. And he said, son, he said, there's 3 things about flying you first class that you need to know. In the first instance, this is a first class organization, and you're going to give us first class work. And so you're going to fly first class. The second thing is that by flying first class, you're not going to have any excuses in terms of showing I'm tired. And you're going to be beholden to me. But the most important part of the lesson that you need to know right now is if 1 year from now you haven't made me enough money that it doesn't matter what class you flew, you're not going to be working for me anyway. And if you think about that, that was a whole series of important lessons. What were the lessons? The lessons were employ the tools that are useful to you in the accomplishment of the task. Eliminate obstacles to success and understand that you make money, which is what I was interested in at that point in time, by delivering more value, by delivering more utility than you consumed. And his particular point in my case was that demonstrating my loyalty to the organization by flying in the belly, if need be, in cargo, was much less important than making the organization a bunch of money. Very important lesson. And I think I want to illustrate that in the sense that many of the lessons that are taught by mentors are lessons that don't show up necessarily in the text. And a very important part of being mentored is to get the subtext, to get the consciousness of the measure of the message, not merely the technique. So I had many mentors, and I guess the reason that I was successful in having many mentors is I wasn't very shy. I wasn't afraid to ask. There's a young guy who works for us in our business now, Henry Bonner, many of you know, Bill Bonner's son. And when he first came to work for us, you know, his father had said, I need you to teach him the ins and outs of investing. I need you to teach him the techniques of investing. I need you to give him the tools to succeed. Young Henry came to us polite to the point of shyness. And for about 3 weeks, I could just tell that the teaching process wasn't working. And I asked Henry to come into my office, and I said, Henry, your dad, who has been invaluable to our business, has asked me to teach you the investment business, but the process between you and I isn't working because I am too busy, and you are too polite. There's a lot of knowledge in this broad organization, and nobody has the time or inclination to sit down and take you through chapter and verse. So what you have to do is intrude. You have to come in my office and you have to grab me by the collar and say, Rick, I know you're busy, but I need this information and I need it pretty quick. And that's worked. Those of you who are in our organization now know that Henry's a very assertive young human being. It's important in the context of being mentored to understand that many people, the people who have utility to you, want to mentor you, but you gotta ask them. You gotta frame the question. They don't know necessarily that you want to be mentored, and they don't know precisely, without talking to you, what skills they have that you can impart. So, in the beginning, know what you want to know. Interestingly, by the way, that will change over time, but know what you want to know. Go in with a question and frame the question in the context of a skill set. If somebody comes to me and says, Rick, I want to be rich, I'm sorry. You know, we all want to be rich. I don't care if you want to be rich. I can't help you be rich. You have to come to me with a request that, first of all, demonstrates to me that you're serious, that you've thought through why you want to be rich, how you want to be rich, in particular, what effort you're willing to make to be rich. And you need to tell me what part of my skill set you think is useful to you in terms of becoming rich. Similarly, if you came to me with a request that says, I want to help the world be more free, so what? How do you want to help the world become more free? What is it about an old pitchman like me that you think is useful to you in helping the world to be free? And then, profoundly, I guess, when you come to me knowing what you want to know, be prepared in the course of the dialogue to find out that there is other stuff that you want to know and other stuff that I know that's useful. In other words, come to me with a plan and then be prepared to change the plan on a moment's notice. Having been through that, understand that in the process of being mentored, your mentor is studying you. Understand also that your mentor now begins to have an understanding of what part it is that he or she has to offer that is of use to you. So having begun the dialogue, having said, this is what I need to know, this is what you have to teach, this is why I want to know it, and this is what I'm prepared to do. In other words, after you've started off the process, after you've identified what you need and what your mentor has, ask your mentor, we've been engaged in this for a while, what did I forget to ask? What is it that you think I could do better? What is it that you think I forgot? What is it that you see in me that needs perfecting or should be discarded? Everybody with me so far? We're going through a whole bunch of material. By the way, this is the first time I've given this talk. So, mentor me. Direct your mentor. You get into this situation, and perhaps it's because of the school system. There's this sort of sense, there's a sense in this room, there's a sense in the conference that I was just at, that all of the knowledge in the room is on the dais and in the crowd. Stupid, ridiculous. Direct your mentor. Your mentor doesn't know exactly what you need. Your mentor doesn't know how your needs are changing as a consequence of the information that he or she has already given them. And direct your mentor also so that your mentor knows that you're engaged in the process and feel the value of the information that you're imparting. It's very difficult, I suspect, for a teacher, although I've never been a teacher, to address a group of unmotivated students who are really thinking about the coffee break as opposed to the matter at hand. Similarly, for a mentor engaged in a one-on-one discussion, the fact that you are directing the process yourself allows your mentor to understand that he or she is engaged in the process that isn't wasting their time and isn't wasting your time. It's you, the person being mentored, who directs the process. It's you that's consuming the information. You always have to teach the teacher what part of the subject is of use to the student. Being a mentor, one other thing, I need to go back on this. What I have learned in every instance where I've monitored myself, either being mentored or being a mentor, is that the person being mentored becomes a mentor too. You are teaching your teacher how to impart information. That's one thing that you're doing. And I have learned, as an example, in 30 years of giving speeches, 30 years of teaching, that the very process of codifying the information that I'd like to impart causes me to know my own topic better. An important part of the value transfer and the reward transfer back, an important part of the acknowledgement of the value that you have received by being mentored, is that you are in fact teaching your teacher to know their subject better. And by virtue of the questions you ask, by virtue of the process by which you extract this activity, understand that you are improving the knowledge and technique of your mentor, and acknowledge this as your responsibility. By getting, you must give. Very important to improve the process, understanding that you're an active participant, not a passive receptacle for knowledge and technique. Being a mentor, don't set yourself up to fail, first of all. When people come to me for information, I've learned quite a few things. One is, perfectly honestly, there's a whole bunch of studies that suggest that the most effective public speakers are Caucasian, male, big, aggressive, affirmative, and have deep voices. Me. Okay? You know, I got a lot of energy. I bound up on stage. I look at everybody I engage. I'm not afraid to public speak. The consequence of that is that people think I'm a hell of a lot more competent in many more roles than I am. So the most important thing I could think of with regards to being a mentor is to turn down lots and lots and lots of opportunities. If you've been successful in life, in some aspect of life, many people think that you have much more knowledge to impart in areas where you are completely incompetent. Or I shouldn't speak for all of you, but certainly for me. My wife will tell you that if the sphere of human experience is 360 degrees, I'm really good at 3/4 of 1 degree. I have very deep expertise, but not very broad expertise. And the consequence of being well known for one thing, which amazingly people want to pay me well for, and by being able to express myself, by being sort of the cultural norm for authority, big, fat, white, aggressive, loud guy, there's the strange sense that I can be all things to all people. And I've noticed many other people who have been successful at mentoring have said to me, the interesting thing about it is that I get 19 requests or 20 requests for every one that I'm really truly capable of fulfilling. And although it sounds very selfish to say to somebody, you know, what you're asking me to do is something I can't do, you're saving your time and you're saving their time. The next important thing that I've learned about mentoring, and I think Dr. Edelstein actually got around to this in a strange way. He certainly addressed it well. And I actually should have done this in the introduction, but that's okay. Most people who are asking for advice don't want advice. At least initially they don't want advice. They want affirmation. I've learned this painfully through my life. We all view ourselves as truth seekers. We all believe that we're engaged in an empirical process where we're gathering all of this information and we're analyzing rationally, we're coming to strange conclusions. But that's not what we all do. Me either, by the way. What we do is we gather information that supports our existing paradigms and prejudices. And part of being a teacher is to acknowledge this both in yourself and in your student. It's critical that you deal with the process the same way that Dr. Edelstein dealt with questions. Acknowledge that people require affirmation and not advice. The technique, which they used to teach in the old Xerox learning systems courses, I think is great. You can write this down. Feel, felt, found. It's going to seem deceptive, and perhaps it is, but it's also effective. The person that's asking the question, the person that is seeking to be mentored, is actually looking for affirmation for their own perspective, be it perspective with regards to knowledge, perspective with regards to value, perspective with regards to technique. And if you disabuse them of that perspective, you know, Dr. Edelstein said, you know, you talk too much. You've lost the student right there. The technique that I've tried to use when I talk to statists, as an example, sorry for the label, the technique that I try and use when I talk to people who have a different social and political perspective, is that better? Is I try and say, boy, I understand how you feel. You know, maybe the person is in the United States a registered Democrat, and the environment is a big deal to them, right? They don't want a free market solution. They want to tell you what to do with salamanders and shit like that. So, boy, do I understand how you feel. You know, I mean, my whole life I've enjoyed hiking. I really, really, really get value out of the outdoors. You know, these wonderful areas that are national parks, these are fantastic. And, you know, for years, I felt just like you, that these values are important enough that I need to impose on others those values. So I understand how you feel, and in fact I felt that way, and in some ways still feel that way too. But what I found is that the way that I could advance my values is by not forcing my values on other people. I have felt and found that I have to lead by example. If, as an example, the environment is what's important to me, I believe that what I have to do is use my own effort and my own resources and not restrict the activity of others. That's what's called sustainability. It's important, if the environment is to succeed, that the movement that causes it to succeed is voluntary and sustainable. One of the things I really like to do in the context of environmentalists, after I've gotten them to this point, and you really have to have gotten some agreement by now, is you have to introduce the concept of the fact that the environment is, in addition to a value, a consumer good. And those of us who value it ought to be those of us who pay for it. Because if you're attempting to make the environment sustainable as an issue among people who don't believe in it, you're constrained and consigned to failure. I'm not holding this example up, by the way, as an ongoing topic. I'm trying to explain the process by which a mentor or a salesman or a negotiator or a teacher can use the technique feel, express empathy, felt, convey experience, found, propose a solution that both sides can accept. Remembering that people are looking for affirmation, they aren't looking for advice. And you have to give advice in the context of affirmation. Teachers, mentors, tend to be too abstract. If people have information to convey, it's often information that they have thought deeply about. And to them, the idea, the philosophy is what's important. But people seldom learn easily in abstraction. That's not how people learn. People learn from stories. People learn from a narrative. People learn from the description of the abstract in an icon, in an action, in an event. If you're going to teach somebody, if you're going to mentor somebody in a topic that you are deeply familiar with, but one that is new to them, I can make fun of myself now. Winston, you know I can talk over that beat, don't worry about it. It's important, I think, to reduce the abstract while you're teaching it to a narrative. My wife ends up with deep knowledge of history, and she hates reading history books, but she loves reading historical biography. She learns by relating history, which she's tangentially interested in, to the lives of people and the responses of people to the lessons of history. That's how she learns. So I think it's very important when you are trying to teach a concept, trying to teach a skill, not to teach it initially in the abstract, but to teach it in the context of a narrative, teach it in the context of a story, relate it to a person's life. I know myself, when I'm speaking at investment conferences, one of the things that's really helped me be effective in the last 5 or 6 years is I try and teach a technique in the context of an event which is currently in the news. I try and relate to something that people are thinking about already. And one of the other things that I try and do very well is allow somebody else to set the stage for me, which Dr. Edelstein did wonderfully. If you relate your topic to the topic of the presenter before you, the audience is already preconditioned to be thinking the way you would like them to think, and also to agree. Don't talk initially in abstracts, but after you have made your point, after you can see the body language of the person who you're mentoring, after you can see that they have, in libertarian parlance, grokked what you are trying to get them to understand as a context of the narrative that you gave them, then tie it back to the abstract. Everybody with me so far? It's really important to tie it to events, to tie it to actions, to tie it to people, to a narrative. When you've done this, when you have used a channel that people understand intuitively to get them to understand an abstract concept, it's very important that the mentor ask the person being taught what the lesson was. It's important that you know, that they know that what they heard in the context of the story tied back correctly to the lesson that you were trying to teach. How did you understand this? What's important about it? How is this going to work for you? Still with me? Great. This is a point I already made, actually. As a mentor, know what you don't know and communicate that. Mentors do a lot of damage if they are, like me, predisposed to please people. Too often in my career, well, all the time in my career, in fact, people are asking me questions about economics. I'm not an economist. I'm a credit analyst. I want to satisfy their curiosity, but it's important if you're going to talk off topic, if you're going to talk about something that you don't know much about, that you disclaim that very, very thoroughly. It's important if you're going to be an effective mentor, if you're going to be a good moral mentor, that you don't convey misinformation. It's okay to offer an opinion. It's okay to answer a question, even if you're unsure of the value of your answer. If you say to the person you're talking to, you have me on territory that I don't feel I have any expertise in, I'm answering the question as a consequence of my respect for you, but I don't want you to put much value in the answer. That does two things. First of all, it's honest, which is a really good thing. And the second thing is it reinforces for the person you're teaching the value of the lessons that you actually can give. This person just told me they don't know shit about this, which means if they're confident in some other part of the message, there may be more value here than I knew. And then this is important. They teach you this in all sales courses. As a mentor, what you have given has value. Get something back for it. Getting something back for it does two things. It makes you increasingly willing to mentor. You get by giving. But more importantly, asking for an action, not demanding an action necessarily, where you get a response, but asking for an action sets in the mind of the person who received the lesson that there was value in that lesson. People expect to pay for value. And in order for people to acknowledge the value of the lesson that they've received, if you ask them to do something, it really doesn't matter what it is. If you ask them to do something and they do it, they have acknowledged in themselves that the lesson that you have given them has value, and they are much, much, much more likely to take that information and use that information, take that information seriously going forward. I'm engaged myself in two kinds of mentoring. Commercial mentoring, which is something I've done unconsciously most of my life, at least since I had enough lessons that some of them were worthy of convey. Mentoring inside the organization, mentoring in the greater Sprott community, 250,000 people worldwide who have Sprott branded investment products. Mentoring people outside of Sprott in extractive industries, precious metals and investing, people who may not do business with Sprott, but people who, if they have any common sense at all, will do business with Sprott. So that's all commercial mentoring. There's a guy in the room, Kenton Toes, who's about to be the beneficiary, the victim of my mentoring, depending on how he wants to take it. Kenton's a young guy in our organization who just did something spectacular. Public acknowledgement, by the way, is a very good way to start mentoring. Kenton did an interactive spreadsheet that took a very abstract topic, a 10-well drilling program, and was able, in the construction of this spreadsheet, to show, among others, his mentor, but also his coworkers, how through various different scenarios the investment would play out to the customers. And he was able to demonstrate with his spreadsheet that an investment that we thought was efficacious for our customers didn't meet our minimum threshold. In other words, the student taught the teacher. Very, very valuable. I have been, as Kenton will acknowledge, for about a year explaining to the younger people in the Sprout organization that eventually they had to, and eventually means sooner rather than later, that eventually the younger people have to replace the old lines. That the idea that all of the information in the Sprout organization, all the technique in the Sprout organization comes from the top. That's John Embry, 71, Mark Faber, 70, Eric Sprott, 69, Rick Rule, 62. The place is dying, literally and figuratively. The idea that all of the talent in the organization, that the ongoing strength of the organization comes from these dinosaurs on top, this is ridiculous. That people in the organization needed to take the reins, take the knowledge from us to be sure, but make that knowledge theirs, not ours. Kenton did that. About a year ago, I was telling the young people of the organization that one of my roles was the organization's mouth. This mouth isn't good for too many warriors. So Kenton, there's a rough little CD out there on public speaking that I did. Replay it. You did me a favor. You took over part of analysis. I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to teach you how to teach. You're going to have to prove to me that you want. You're going to have to watch that CD, and you're going to have to come to me, and you're going to have to explain the 4 parts of a public speech. And then, at least in the oil and gas business, I'm going to try and get you to replace Rick Rule. It's going to be good for you. It's going to be good for me. You've given me the down payment. You've given me the down payment. You went out, you put together that spreadsheet, which is exactly what I asked you to do in some way, shape, or form a year ago. You did that. So you've already paid me. Now I'm going to pay you. You got to pay me back. Deal? Yeah. Commercial mentoring. Philosophical mentoring. I'm just back from Freedom Fest. And I remember being struck that I was in Las Vegas maybe 20 years ago with a dear departed friend of mine, Bob Kephart, and we went to visit Murray Rothbard. At the time, I didn't know anything about libertarian thought, and I didn't understand maybe quite the opportunity I had. What struck me was, with an icon, there were probably 30 people present for a libertarian gathering in Las Vegas. I was there 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago at Freedom Fest. By the way, I'm not arguing they were all libertarian. Such, noted libertarian figures as Donald Trump. But there were 2,200 people. And importantly, there were all these young student organizations there, Students for Liberty, Young Americans for Liberty, all kinds of groups. And I was struck that there were 25 people to 2,200 people. And I was asked, wasn't I sort of pessimistic about the state of the world? And I was thinking, arithmetically, how can I be discouraged? 25 to 2,200? And it's important for me to help the younger people to the extent that I'm able to extend that exponential growth. I've watched Walter Block teach these young people at Loyola. I've been lucky enough to have been invited by him a couple times with Doug Casey and other people to address those students. Being part of that process in philosophical mentoring is a lot of fun. And in particular, with regards to philosophical mentoring, again, I have to go back to the fact that there aren't many parts of the questions that young people might ask me with regards to free market philosophy, libertarian philosophy, ANCAP philosophy. Most of it I'm not prepared to teach. I am probably prepared to direct these young people to people who can teach better than I. But the process of being able to teach this, first of all, makes me much more comfortable in my own knowledge. It makes me better at applying that knowledge. And of course, it pays back the debt that I owe Jack Pugsley, Jay Snelson, Bob Kephart, all the people who took me from sort of understanding the basics of these things from a person 30 years ago who couldn't spell libertarian. And that's been very important to me. Now, you'll remember at the beginning of this discussion that I said it's very important that a person being mentored acknowledge the gift, and the person mentoring ask for an action. And the salesman in me won't let me get off the stage without asking for the order. So I'd like everybody in the room to consider practicing what I've talked about, practicing mentoring. And I'd like you to do it in a way that benefits me directly. There's a surprise. There's a website that many of you are familiar with called Liberty.me. And Liberty.me is a wonderful portal, if you will, a nexus for this community. And I've begun to respond to questions from young people, which are emailed to me through Liberty.me by saying, I'm not going to engage in this process privately. But if you pose the question on a discussion group at Liberty.me, I am delighted to engage in the process of transferring as much knowledge about this question as I can. And so my ask is that people in this room who are attracted to capitalism, attracted to freedom, attracted to morality, practice what they preach. Ask questions at Liberty.me. Provide answers at Liberty.me. Sharpen your skills as a student. Sharpen your skills as a teacher. What we've talked today about is the broad concept of mentoring, the observations associated with how people learn, a little bit about how to be mentored, a little bit more about mentoring. If any of this has made any sense to you, God bless. And if you feel it's valuable, I would ask you to apply the lessons that I've tried to teach you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Jayant.
Do we have questions?
Uh-oh. The question period's over. For those of you who don't know, that's Lonnie. She has mentored me for many years.
I really am curious because I didn't realize you're putting a lot of the onus on the person wanting to be mentored. And I've always just conceived of it that people need guidance of what they want to know. Did you actually know when Jack and Bob Kephart and all those people were guiding you into this system of libertarianism? Did you actually motivate them to do that, or did they start on you first? I really don't know the answer.
That's an interesting question. She's referring to Jack Pugsley. My introduction to the philosophy that's sort of common to this room was through a commercial relationship I had with Doug Casey. And Doug and I shared a fondness for extractive industries and a special fondness, frankly, for making money. And one day I was driving Doug Casey from Los Angeles down to San Diego. He said, we're going to stop in and visit a friend of mine, Jack Pugsley, if that's okay. Okay. And we go in, and I was focused on other things, and they began to discuss politics. Doug Casey said, so Rick, what's your political philosophy? And I said, that's for you gurus. You know, that's not what I do. I reckon that what I want to do is I'll leave all those other folks alone, but in return, they got to leave me alone. So I'm not political. And Pugsley, of course, chuckled and said, well, you're a libertarian. And I honestly, in the mid-80s, didn't know what a libertarian was. I knew there was a schmuck, LaRouche, who had people who hung out in airport lobbies, and they wanted to kill Jane Fonda and blow up whales. And Jane Fonda was substantially better looking than LaRouche, and I liked whales, so I didn't like libertarians. And Jack gave me this little book, Economics in One Lesson by Haskell. You know, I was going to humor him. He was a newsletter writer who was useful to me. And so I was going to read a chapter. Anyway, I couldn't put it down. But after that, it was just sort of like they opened up this whole world to me. And so I viciously extracted information from Doug, from Jace Nelson, from Pugsley, I began an absolutely systematic quest. And they were extraordinarily generous. I mean, for them, it was fun. And as you know, my relationship with Doug, who isn't in the room yet, has been warm but very combative. And I can't imagine a better teacher than Doug. There's nobody in the world who is better at taking the abstract and making it concrete. So I benefited from having extraordinarily, and I should acknowledge Bob Kephart, who, as you recall, was very useful for both of us in that. And you'll also remember that accidentally, you and I were force-fed this because Doug convinced us to come to Eris. For those of you who don't know what Eris was, it was a conference that Doug Casey put on in Aspen. It was absolutely hilarious. I went there again to humor Doug. Bonnie and I made a pact that we would go there, we would say hi to Doug, and we hiked for 5 days in Aspen. And I think in 20 days, we probably got 20 years, we probably got out of the lecture room a total of 3 hours. And, you know, we got to meet, just as you'll recall, spectacular people. In that case, I didn't actually have to work hard to be mentored. It was force-fed to me. It was wonderful. Other questions? Dr. Edelstein?
Hey, Rick.
I can repeat the questions. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, that's okay. Hey, I'm Jared. I work as a life coach, and I'm curious. I don't have a lot of technical knowledge when it comes to a lot of like my clients' careers. So like I was just working with a chemical engineer. I don't know anything about chemical engineering, but it took a while, but I eventually got him as a client. And I'm just curious, how can I better highlight the, like you were talking about, like some people have more ability in one area as opposed to another. How can I better highlight my expertise, say, in an abstract way?
I don't have an answer off the top of my head. I'll give you my business card. Email me the question. By the way, I'm about 1,600 emails deep now. Or better yet, this is a much better idea. Join Liberty.me and ask me the question online, but also ask the question generally. One of the beautiful things about a community like Liberty.me is that then you're asking 3,500 people as opposed to one. And you can ask mentors to compete and get the best possible answer. That's a long way of saying I don't have an answer for you off the top of my head. But like Dr. Edelstein would say, great question. Thank you for asking. Yes, sir.
Here's another great question.
I'm certain.
First, thank you very much for your kind words.
See?
About my talk.
See?
I'm trying very hard not to give myself high self-esteem. A good friend of mine and I have a relationship that we call co-mentoring. We spend every 2 weeks, we spend an hour on the phone, and I take a half hour and ask him for help with some of my issues, and then the second half hour we reverse it. I was wondering if you have any insights about co-mentoring.
Extremely valuable. I have had acknowledged mutually beneficial exchanges of information with various people for years. And I think that's wonderful. I think, in fact, when I think about it, it has happened informally in every mentor and mentoring relationship I've ever had. I realize now that as a student, I was a pretty demanding student. And in the process of extracting information and knowledge from teachers, I do think that I helped them codify their own lessons. But certainly, even expressed and agreed pro quo of the type that you're discussing is enormously valuable. But I also think it happens informally in almost every relationship. I came here to speak and I got to hear you. Yeah. Absolutely.
Great talk, thank you very much. From your experience, what is the biggest challenge in being mentored and being a mentor?
Knowing what you want is really important, and selecting a mentor who fits in that sort of Pareto's law model. It's important to know what you need to know. It's important to determine whether the person that you're trying to get the information from has it. And it's also very useful, not necessary, I don't think, if you're very clever, but it's useful to like your mentor. Once you've begun the process, there's 3 things that I can think of that you need to do. You need to direct the process, because the person who's teaching you doesn't know exactly what you need to know, although he or she will come to learn it. You need to be prepared to change. You need to be prepared to find lessons that you weren't initially seeking that can be useful to you. And you need to ask your mentor specifically to introduce you to other mentors. You need to ask your mentor to identify things that would be useful to you now that he or she knows you, that they can't teach, but that others can. I learned as a salesman to keep asking for referrals, keep asking for leads. And I recognize now, 30 years ago, that I was an extraordinarily efficient mentor shopper. I didn't know at the time I was mentor shopping, but I was always pretty good at, if somebody who I respected in the topic didn't know something, I was always pretty good about saying, I really want to know this. Do you know somebody who could help me get it? So I would say directing the process, being prepared for a change in the process, and then expanding your contacts, your mentoring contacts through your mentor. And that.
I have an observation rather than a question. I noticed how much of what you said applies to really good parenting, so thank you for that. We, as parents, our child, together with the parent, creates the teacher. And our children stretch us to understand what it is that we don't know. And we have to be quite humble to know when we have to seek in other experts, with their teachers, doctors, coaches, and then be very humble to know when we've reached our limit, we have to let our student go, and we have finished maybe the official part of the event. We now become your mentors and friends rather than the vulnerable adults. So thank you for pointing that out.
Well, you two as a couple are really illustrative of the fact that I spent 10 years thinking I was mentoring you, and I learned a ton. So that's a wonderful illustration of the process.
So thanks, Rick, for turning it into a process, because I think we all do something like that sort of naturally, but I learned a lot from this.
Thank you.
I actually just finished submitting a chapter in the book about mentoring women in business. And each of us, each of 20 women have a chapter on their specialty in there. So if I make comment to Jared, I know how I feel, because we don't know everything and people come to me for advice. And so what I felt the same way, and what I found was the solution for me was networking, along with what Rick has just said, which is asking for referrals. The more you know about a lot of people, the more able you are to suggest someone that they want to connect with. And if you're the hub they come to, guess who they want to do business with. Thanks. Sorry, what was the question?
Thank you. Thank you. They've got an alternative mentor.
Oh, and go to Liberty.me, because that's the action you requested.
Yes.
I have an observation. I have dealt with people that you mentioned you have to like your mentor. I've dealt with people, colleagues and mentors that I did not like, that I did not trust, but they always had something to offer. So I think because you can always find not just a fault, but a deep-rooted fault that really disgusts you about some person, and yet they always have something to give. And that's just my observation, to get the most out of people, even the ones you don't like or trust.
What you say is very true. Everybody has something to give. The problem with me is that time is tight and life is short. And it is easier for me and more efficient for me to teach people I like and to take information from people I like. Bonnie has taught me there's 7 billion people in the world. There's a much smaller number that's my community, but that number is large enough that I can be efficient in that community, both teaching them and learning from them. So what you say is true. Everybody has a gift, but I'm not good enough to extract it from everybody.
Hi, Rick.
Wonderful topic of conversation. One of the things that I am curious to know about is, first of all, you're not necessarily in charge of the people that want to come to you to be mentored. And taking into consideration the kids sitting at my table here, I do have a question for you about the filters that you choose to put in place. Not to the people that you say yes to, but the people that you say no to.
Well, I've learned to challenge people. If somebody wants something from me, I subtly challenge the young people that work for me at Global by teaching the course on public speaking. Pretty tough one, by the way. I mean, we went through a lot of information real fast and by making a CD. And I'm waiting for somebody to come back and say, okay, I've gotten this far, now get me the rest of the way. So if I'm asked to mentor, I give some information that has an informal test, but I don't call it a test. I ask for an action whereby they demonstrate their seriousness. If the information that they want from me is important enough that they want to take some of my time, they got to prove they're going to use it to me. That's what I do. I have a little subtle test up front. If that helps.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, probably I waste some opportunities to teach, but the truth is that there's lots and lots and lots of opportunities in life, and you have to be highly discriminatory.
So, Rick, you were talking about Henry's initial behavior when he joined your company, and you said that he was likely shy, but maybe he was not interested in infringing on your freedom. He thought he was, and that's how I feel when when the other person resists talking with me initially, and I stay back. So I'm not sure where you draw the line between being assertive and infringing on the freedom of your mentor.
Well, I think maybe you have to judge who your mentor is. I think you know me well enough to know I like Winston. He's a great big guy, and he gets this close to you. You know, somebody 300 pounds who goes nose to nose with you is uncomfortable, but I still like him. And so I think maybe you need to look at the person who you're seeking to be mentored by, and think through, you know, how much aggravation is this person willing to accept? That's the wrong way of saying it. How do I approach this person? I hope, Jayant, if you ever have a question, you'll ask me. I hope. Now, there are going to be other people who are shy. You'll have to approach them differently. And you may have to decide yourself that although this person has information that I could use, the process of extracting is going to be inefficient. You know what I'm saying? It's just not, I mean, this isn't the place I'm going to learn my lesson. Mickey?
Yeah, thanks for clarifying some of my thoughts on mentoring. About 5 years ago, I wrote a piece called, an essay called The Importance of Mentoring. And I realized I had 7 mentors in my life, starting with my parents, a couple of teachers, a couple of profs, and 1 boss. But at the time, until I wrote this piece, I didn't realize who my mentors were. And so the idea of consciously mentoring is something a bit foreign to me. Can you comment on that?
Well, I think you're over the hurdle.
Well, yeah.
I think you just expressed it very well. You understand now that you had 7 mentors. If you understand that, you can recall what you learned. You can recall how they taught you. And you can recall the process by which, it might not have been efficient at the time, but you can recall the process by which you extracted and codified the knowledge and the value that they had to teach. Thinking through the processes by which you were taught, and thinking through now as a communicator, as a letter writer, as an investor, as a geologist, what value you have to teach. When you are approached, if you think through how you think and think through how you extracted knowledge, you will be able to help people who come to you. It's really a process of synthesizing the experience you've had learning in your life and using that as a platform for how to teach. Did I answer the question?
Absolutely.
Thank you. was a great tangent. I want to make sure I answered the question. Yes?
Thanks for the great talk. My question is, how do you go about establishing that this relationship is going to be a mentor-mentee relationship as opposed to just a business transaction relationship?
Ask. If the person who wants to learn, I believe, has to initiate the transaction. And being asked to mentor is a very validating experience. Most people who are accomplished enough that they have something to teach have strong enough egos that they like the fact that their experience is valuable. I'm certainly one. For me, being asked to teach whether or not I'm able to successfully complete the mission is nice. You know, it's a reflection of the fact that whatever I spent 60 years learning is of value to someone. So I would say ask. Michael Jordan famously said he missed 100% of the shots he didn't take. And it might be that the person that you ask to teach you something will refuse, but they will certainly refuse if you don't ask them. So ask. And ask with respect. And by respect, I don't mean by deferential, say, sir. Say, I think you can help me with something. There is something about what you did or something about what you said that tells me that you can answer some unanswered questions for me, and frame the question in a way that the person who you propose to have as your mentor can feel success in conveying the information and value to you. And do it through Liberty.me.
Great. Thank you very much, Rick. I think we have run out of time. We will have Roslyn Ross talking again on children's of Galt's Gulch.
This talk is not very long, and we'll still get to lunch on time. It's so weird to be speaking twice in one day. It's a short talk. Okay. Just 200 years ago, children were so important, so useful, and so crucial to a family's survival that a man with 7 children was considered a very lucky man. Today, you probably won't say, if a man tells you he has 7 children, wow, we're so lucky. If only I had 7 children, my life would be so much easier. As a human being, my brain is my tool of survival. There is nothing I value higher than my ability to perceive, interpret, and analyze reality. My highest purpose as a parent is to help my son to learn to use his brain to the best of his ability. And we spoke a little bit in my last lecture about the idea of no forbidden knowledge. Forbidden knowledge is all aspects of reality we prevent our children from knowing about, such as drinking and drugs, gambling, everything related to fornication, including certain words, violence, death, feelings such as anger, fighting between mom and dad, and entire locations like the workplace. Before I talk about internal forbidden knowledge, obviously this is not talking about external. Forbidden knowledge is a method of control. When we decide to hide these aspects of reality from our children, we can only argue for it from the system of control. It's for their own good. They can't handle reality. But a dash of common sense, no animal evolved with its young unable to handle reality. Need help dealing with reality, yes. Need to be prevented from encountering reality. There's got to be something else going on. In almost all of human history, there was no such thing as the adult world and the child's world. None of reality was hidden from children. There was only one world. There was no such thing as childhood. Old people and young people lived the same life together. And this didn't even begin to change until the Middle Ages in Europe. And it began to change because big religion decided that drinking, gambling, and fornicating were sinful. And if children were kept at home, they would never grow up to drink, gamble, or fornicate because they wouldn't know those things existed. So big religion spread this idea of children, that children are pure and fragile and they can't handle reality in the adult world and they need to be protected from it. And the way to do that was to keep them at home. In order for children to be kept at home, someone else had to be kept at home, someone who could police all those children into staying home because they didn't actually want to stay home. So it was decided that women also belonged at home. The world was too big and bad for us too. It took 4.5 centuries to thoroughly implement this idea. It was very hard on women to be stuck at home. It was financially impossible for many families. And it was heartbreaking for parents who were successful at preventing their children from learning about reality because it made the children very unhappy. It wasn't until the Victorians, only 150 years ago, that the protected childhood really came into existence. The protected childhood that we all know, the removal of children from the world, and the creation of a world called the adult world, a world of forbidden knowledge for children. We continue this today, largely without question. But if we do question the things we hide from our children, we find children learn about sex. They learn all the bad words. They try alcohol. No matter how good our acting, they know when mom and dad are fighting. So what is the real effect of trying to hide these things from our children? First, a damaged parent-child relationship, because a respectful relationship cannot be built on a foundation of control and dishonesty. But second, our children, in order to be good boys and girls, either have to pretend they don't know these things, or they have to really not know them by turning a blind eye and blocking out reality. The real lesson of Western parenting today, of the childhood today, is don't think about reality. Don't notice it, guys. We've got a better one over here for you. For parents, the protected childhood actually ended up making parenting a lot harder. You know, bring your daughter to work day. That's how I think about parenting. I want to bring my son to life with me. And largely I can't. If I want to get a drink with my friend, I have to hire a babysitter. If I want to take a yoga class, I have to hire a babysitter. If I want to go back to work, I have to resort to daycare. Imagine how much easier parenting would be if we could bring our kids to life with us. And what about for the children? John Holt says, what kind of model of adult life does the modern child get who sees his father come home in the evening, sit down, perhaps read the paper, spend the rest of the evening and much of the weekend watching television? Is this then all that adult men do? Every time children are left at home with a babysitter, it's possible that they are being deprived of real life skills they could be learning. In the Caribbean today, you can still take your child everywhere with you. So everyone is used to kids being part of the world. And so the world is set up for children. If you go to a bar, waiters take the kids around. They put the baby on their hip. They go back to the kitchen. Older kids run around outside. The children are happy and mom and dad get to sit there, laugh and drink their beer. Compare that way of life to here, where parents have to spend their entire meal suffering from the intense stress provoked by policing their child and doing their best not to disturb anyone else's meal, because the standard of what a meal at a restaurant should be like here is without children. Unless you go to a family restaurant, because here we have an entire fabricated world just for parents and children. And parents are expected, once they have children, to move there, out of the adult world. They're supposed to watch children's TV and go to children's movies and read children's books. They don't get to spend their evenings hanging out with their friends. They need to watch 7-year-olds dance the recital. They don't get to spend Saturdays laying around. They have soccer games every Saturday for the next 15 years. And what are parents doing at these must-attend events? They're not dancing with their children. They're not playing soccer with their children. They're not interacting. They're not building a relationship. They're participating in a system of judgment. This ideal parent-child script in which you perform for me and I approve of you. Originally, it was just women that were tortured with this ideal that Betty Friedan exposed in her book, The Feminine Mystique. She wrote, well, this is not verbatim. She wrote that being stuck at home sucks for women. She wrote, therefore, that either the government should relieve us of our children, or men should be stuck at home doing this horrible crap with us. No one stopped to consider or question, perhaps being stuck at home and deprived of the world sucks the most for children. Did you know that a hunter-gatherer child, by the time he is 4, is able to catch an iguana, roast it, and eat it? And that's really hard. In hunter-gatherer societies, children are considered to be adults around the age of 8, smaller and weaker than those who have matured, but mentally capable of making responsible decisions like an adult would. In the Middle Ages, if you had an 8-year-old at home, you could totally go away for a month because your 8-year-old was expected to be able to keep things running while you were gone. In the Middle Ages, when a French child was somewhere between the age of 8 and 12 and he wanted an education, his parents gave him some cash, and he would leave his family's farm and find his way to Paris, where he would get himself a room and food, and then he would explore the Rue des Écoles, where there were numerous teachers offering different classes, kind of like an education strip mall. This child would choose his teacher and start learning. Imagine not having to deal with your preteens drama because he was doing his own thing in Paris. Or at Harvard, because when Harvard was founded, the average age of the entering freshman was 12 to 14. What if our entire idea of children, as cute but kind of incompetent and irrational, is based on the caged zoo animal version that we have created in the last 150 years? According to Stephen Mintz, author of Huck's Raft, A History of the American Childhood, in the 1700s and early 1800s, children wrote about their parents in their journals with fondness, appreciation, and reverence. Parents wrote about their children in their journals as helpful, appreciated assets. That's why they wanted to have 7 of them. By the end of the 1800s, everything had changed. Children from then on wrote about their parents in their journals exactly as children today write about their parents in their journals, with angst, disappointment, disquiet. Likewise, parents since the late 1800s have described their children exactly as parents today describe their children: disagreeable, unappreciative, hard to control, irresponsible, and childish. I would like to propose that we created this type of child. In the history of the world, 3-year-olds never hung out with other 3-year-olds, and they didn't want to. In her essay, The Pompachikos, Ayn Rand says a small child is mildly curious about, but not greatly interested in, other children of his own age. He's not seeking equals, but cognitive superiors, people who know. Observe that young children prefer the company of older children or of adults they can hero worship and try to emulate. When 3-year-olds are included in the adult world, they don't try to act like other 3-year-olds. They try to act like the 7-year-old who's trying to act like the 15-year-old who's trying to act like the adults. When we take all of our children and put them in a pen with other people exactly their age, they adjust to fitting in with people their age. This means, according to Ayn Rand, they adjust to all those things we adjusted to in preschool and elementary school: cruelty, injustice, blindness, silliness, pretentiousness, snubs, mockery, treachery, lies, incomprehensible demands, unwanted favors, nagging affections, unprovoked hostilities. They adjust to the protective devices of unformed children. The Victorians thought school was the perfect place to protect children from the sinful adult world, but as it turns out, school is more competitive, contemptuous, and cruel than the adult world. Today, people say, well, yeah, but he has to be socialized. Socialized in what way? Socialized to get along with whom? Why not me? Why should my child be socialized in that zoo instead of socialized to get along with me? That's the question that parents asked 100 years ago. In A Mother's Job, The History of Daycare, Elizabeth Rose shows that the women who started daycare were upper-class Protestant women who were determined to convince the public that daycare and preschool were imperative for their children. Amongst themselves, they admitted their real motives. Without daycare and preschool, Jewish children would grow up to be Jewish, and Catholic children would grow up to be Catholic, like their parents. Minority children They didn't want them to grow up to be like their parents. Stephen Mintz wrote the following about communist regimes. Substantial government control of childhood sought to mold children to be different from their parents, to develop values and characters more appropriate to the society's goals. Most interesting was the ambitious attempt to expand kindergarten and nursery schools in order to begin the preparation of children early, to reduce the family influence. Whether or not that is the real goal of our daycares and schools to reduce the family influence, that is what it does. When the Victorians first removed children from the world and forbid a whole bunch of knowledge and put children in school all day, children mutinied all over the 1800s, children getting together and killing their school teachers or tying them down and beating them. Our children don't do that. The Victorians realized they couldn't remove their children from the world without giving them a new world, a distraction, a world more enticing than reality. In the Atlantic Monthly in 1865, an essay said, "How to keep our young Americans under the thumb of father and mother without breaking his spirit?" Fiction, children's fantasies of adventure and freedom and empowerment. First, from a relationship angle, imagine how much easier it would be to relate to a 4-year-old if she didn't live in a fantasy world of princesses and teapots. 4-year-olds who have been raised in reality are a lot more interesting to hang out with. But second, in most parenting books, it will instruct you to not really get a child in trouble for lying before they are 5 to 8 years old, because children can't truly distinguish reality from fiction until then. In other places, children as young as 4 are expected to be competent at distinguishing reality from fiction. In the West, children's ability to do this is currently approaching 9. In Montessori, The Science Behind the Genius, Angeline Lillard writes, Dr. Montessori believed the goal of childhood is being able to learn and perceive the real world. Giving the child fantasies thwarts their understanding of the real world. One study showed that children under 4 or 5 became confused about reality by stories that depict animals engaging in human activities. Another showed that children accept anthropomorphic information about objects as real. When children are read books about trains with moms and dads and feelings, they are significantly more likely to have incorrect ideas about trains. Fantasy for young children is sold to us as important for the development of their imagination. But Montessori says, how is it possible for the child's imagination to be developed by that which is, in truth, the fruit of an adult's imagination? We alone imagine. They merely believe. We imagine. They're just naive. Is it possible that adults are abusing children's trust? And Rand thought it was more serious than that. She was like that. She wrote, cut off from reality, which the child has not learned fully to grasp. He is plunged into a world of fantasy. He may feel a dim uneasiness at first. To him, it is not imagining, it is lying, but he loses that distinction and gets into the swing. The wilder his fantasies, the warmer his teacher's approval. His doubts about what he is doing are intangible. The approval is real. He begins to believe his own fantasies. His precarious hold on reality is shaken, and his cognitive process subverted. His desire to know is diluted and swims away. Why bother facing problems if they can be solved by make-believe? Why struggle to discover the world if you can make it become whatever you wish by wishing? Children's self-esteem does not depend on how often they are complimented, but rather it depends on their ability to feel competent at understanding reality. Maria Montessori wrote, a boy about a year old was looking at pictures of babies and flowers. He kissed the picture of the babies and smelled the picture of the flowers. The child knew how to behave with both babies and flowers. The people present thought this was quite charming and began to laugh, picking up crayons for the child to smell and cushions for him to kiss, and he became thoroughly confused. The bright, intelligent expression that had transfigured his face earlier disappeared. He had known how to distinguish things in pictures and how to behave toward each thing. This was a new, important acquisition of his intelligence, which he gave up. He ended up smelling and kissing everything indiscriminately. This is how children come to see themselves as incompetent little children. Our children are not born with ridiculous ideas. They are tireless scientists, but we confuse them. Montessori wrote, "Thus is born in the child, precisely because reality in all of its forms is hidden from him, a sickly and fantastical form of life that withdraws completely into unreality." But the little spirit battles and defends itself constantly, as with all impotent creatures. This opposition manifests itself in nervous fits, willfulness, anger, tears, and tantrums. It is the adult who produces in the child his incapacities, his confusion, his rebellion. It is the adult who shatters the character of the child. But remember that Montessori, who was arguing this 100 years ago, she wasn't the winner. The dominant parenting ideology today is closer to Rudolf Steiner, who wrote, "It is important to speak of everything that is around children, plants, animals, and even stones, in a way that all of these things talk to each other, that they act among themselves like human beings, that they tell each other things, that they love and hate each other. You must learn to use anthropomorphism in the most inventive ways. Everything you bring to a child must be in the form of fairy tales, legends, stories, in which everything is endowed with feeling. This will foster the child's spirit." This is also, I'm pretty sure Disney was inspired by this guy. This is how we have raised our children for 100 years. And surprisingly, it's not just children today who believe in magic. It's not just children who need fantasies of empowerment. It's not an accident that superheroes are super in style, that people with magical powers are exactly who everyone wants to be today, or that we enjoy escaping into magazines where we imagine what it would be like to be a super wealthy celebrity. When I look at the majority of entertainment available today from a psychological perspective, I see people who feel powerless, who dream of efficacy and power, just like children. Rand wrote of the Russian obsession with the game of chess decades ago, "Games are an important part of man's life. They provide a necessary rest. And chess may do so for men who live under the constant pressure of purposeful work. But if a man comes to believe that the living world is closed to him, that he has nothing to seek or achieve, that no action is possible, then chess becomes his antidote, his escape, his life. This is the situation in which we have put our children. Those in power keep those not in power fully distracted and busy, so they never focus or notice the reality of their lives, servitude. We feed our children a steady diet of fantasies of empowerment, so they don't seek real empowerment. Fantasies of respect, so they don't demand real respect. Chess, computer games, and sports, bread and circuses for the powerless masses. In the last 150 years, we have not rid the world of drinking, gambling, or fornicating. But we did fill the world with children who don't take much notice of or much interest in reality. And if they do, academia is there to convince them not to work to change reality, that what makes you happy is just to stay positive and think about what you're grateful for. Don't think about the bad things like the chains and the shackles. John Holt says the institution of childhood is all those attitudes and feelings and also customs and laws that put a great gulf or barrier between the young and the world of their elders, that make it difficult or impossible for young people to make contact with the larger society around them, and even more, to play any kind of active, responsible, or useful part in it, that lock the young into 18 years or more of subserviency and dependency, and make of them a mixture of expensive nuisance, fragile treasure, slave, and super pet. Once upon a time, it was normal to think of the world in terms of the women's sphere and the men's sphere. It was normal to think of the world in terms of black bathrooms and white bathrooms. Today, we have the adult world and the child's world. But it's possible that there's actually only one world, and we can introduce our children to it or not. In a free society, I believe, where children were raised with respect, they would also be raised in reality. And I think they would be unlike any children we have ever seen.
announcement. If you're happy to stay here, you can take questions by those people who don't have questions.
And go to lunch.
Go for lunch. I know you'll be starving, but we'll see how many questions people have. Okay? There's one announcement before I pass this on to you. There are books here by the speakers. Please pay for them to the speakers direct if you take any of those books.
Oh, and somebody asked me to, I'm going to put out a paper. If you want to know when my next book is out, you can give me your email address and I will only email you to let you know when my next book is out. Lunch?
No, I have a question. So this is a question more an observation. You said that in times past, a man with 7 children would be considered lucky. Well, I'm a man with 7 children today, and I consider myself
Which is so awesome. I'm so
and I'm blown away. Thank you.
Is the lecture material in your objectivist parenting?
No, that's my next book. Those are literally the notes. I actually have like 3 books.
I'm gonna have to buy the next book.
And I'm not, and my notes are, and it's a little bit, I'm not as inclusive about it, because I'm just not there yet. I've been researching it for a couple of years. Still got a couple more books to go. So.
Oh, that was a very good lecture. Thank you. I was just wondering, you mentioned that not hiding the children from the adults world in the real world is that fornication is one of the issues. How would you deal with the sex topic? How would you introduce them to that topic? Like at what age as well?
Well, so for example, children around the age of 2 and 3 start to notice like the whole like, oh, I have a penis and you have a vagina, and I mean you go through that, and then kids around the age of 3, usually because of anxiety. Well, one of the expressions of anxiety is that they touch themselves a lot. It's such a concern to them, it's a great deal. However, nowadays, what I tell my son is, oh, you're touching your penis. One day, that will be really fun. Today, I'm wondering, when I see you touching your penis, I think, are you feeling anxious about something? Is there a way I can help you right now? Because that's what it signifies when you're 3. But when you're 12, you'll really, like, it's not like we talk about this often. And then there are other times, with Andrews where he'll be like, I want to come sleep in bed with you tonight. Can I snuggle? And I'll be like, I'm so sorry, honey. I need to have sex with your father tonight. So he already knows. I mean, but he also, children of his age are really interested in, like, I lived in your belly. What do you mean I lived in your belly? How did I get in your belly? And parents before would lie to their kids, the stork brain brought you. A bird, you came out of nowhere. What? I don't have sex. So I don't lie to Andrews about anything. He can tell you, I lived with my mom. My dad had sex with my mom, and he squirted sperm into her, and then I grew in her belly, and then I was born through her vagina. Like it is so awkward to use all these words in front of you guys right now. So, when I talk about this with my son, it is not, because, for kids who are young, they don't feel awkward about it. They don't feel awkward about their body or nudity. So it doesn't feel as awkward.
So would you say that instead of going with the traditional route when they turn 12 or whatever, you give that sex talk earlier on, you treat it as more biological, like active science thing. Like, this is this scientific stuff.
Well, you need to address it when your kid is interested.
Yeah, when the
3-year-olds are interested. If your 3-year-old has not asked you, like, why don't you have a penis? Like, what's it? Well, yeah. So your 3-year-old has noticed these things, and if you've given him the message that he's not allowed to talk about that stuff, then that's too bad. Hopefully, he has an aunt or something who he feels comfortable asking those questions to. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying, in general, children are interested in certain things. There's that certain age where they're very interested in certain things, and body parts are interesting for kids under 5, and biology and poop and pee, like they want to talk about this stuff. So I say talk about what your kids are interested in,
Thanks again for that awesome lecture. Seriously. So
that was my crazy lecture. My other lecture is so much easier for people to handle. That one they're like, I have nothing to say.
kind of along the same line of questions there about the sex talk. Since I've planned to have children of my own, I've been swearing to everyone I'll never ever lie to them about anything. So I'm just wondering how you deal with the typical slave type holidays like Christmas and Easter and all that stuff.
Oh God, so well. Children don't. If your child is homeschooled, he doesn't actually. You learn about that stuff in preschool. It's like they're like, it's Easter, it's Christmas, and it's Mother's Day. Let's make something for Mom. Like my kid doesn't know what Mother's Day is. Nobody told him about Mother's Day. Nobody tells him about Christmas. But then we go around and we see the pretty lights and we see the decorations. And I tell him about other families who celebrate Christmas. Our family celebrates the solstice. Everyone likes to celebrate at this time of the year because it's very dark. It's the darkest day of the year, and we're all celebrating and just making darkness into something light and beautiful and fun. I mean, that's what I told him, and then 4th of July, I just tell him what's going on. I don't do any magical thinking yet, though, so I can't tell him about God or, magical things until he's, 7 or 8. But if he did ask about it, he did ask the other day, some kid told him about dragons, and I say, oh, that's a pretend animal. But because my son and I have had this dialogue going on about reality and not reality, he was so clear on, I'm pretending that I have a baby brother. He'll pick up a pen and be like, I'm pretending this is my baby brother. I'm pretending to strap him in because he knows that concept. So it's so when it comes to, it'll be very hard to explain to him. I do have to explain to him some parents lie to their children. What did I have to explain to them about? I was like, I don't remember the context, but I was like, and there's some people think it's really funny to lie to kids, and so they do. And that's why that person, it was somebody in a grocery store, was telling you that. It wasn't true.
Thank you.
But just when it comes up, and you tell them your version, your truth. Because when I talk about Christmas and the solstice, that is my truth. My husband and I decided long ago we were going to celebrate the solstice instead of Christmas. And so that's what our family celebrates the solstice. There's not, other people celebrate something called Christmas.
That's awesome.
I'm just wondering how you deal with grandparents who want to bring in all that stuff that you don't want to bring in, and how you try to preserve a relationship without actually saying, you credits I have you. That's
We haven't had any problems with that. If you did, okay. Well, I would have a conversation with my mom, I guess. Say I had a mom.
You have one with my mom.
Yeah, I mean, your goal, it's to connect with someone and just say, I understand that for you it was really fun to see me believing in Santa Claus and magic, and you got so much joy out of lying to me. You don't say that. But as a parent, I've decided to do it differently. I've decided to only tell the truth, and I know that will be painful for you, and I am so sad that it will be painful for you. But I really hope that you can respect my parenting choices. And maybe we can talk about it more. Can you tell me more about your side? Usually when people get a chance to feel really heard, they're a lot more able to give when they know that they've been truly listened to. But yeah, I'm very lucky. I have a lot of people ask me too, what do you do if I want to raise my kids like you, but my husband is totally not into it. And I have no experience with that either, because my husband and I are on the same page. So it's God, that must be hard. Because kidnap your children and run.
Hi,
More questions?
one more if you don't mind. You talk about not exposing children to fantasy and romanticized figures in children's books or Disney movies and such. And I understand certainly that can cause confusion.
You can't prevent it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't prevent it. And I don't know, my personal experience, my family raised me teaching me that yes, Santa Claus is make believe, and it can be fun for some people to pretend. And that worked fine for me. And I think that there was that
instilled in us from a very young age that this is reality, this is fantasy, and fantasy is fun. And you can take part in fantasy if you want. So I wonder if that might be an approach that you could take rather than avoiding fantasy altogether. And I was just curious, do you avoid fantasy altogether? Do you avoid those children's books like Berenstain Bears, Talking Bears?
Okay, so wait, hold on.
Princesses.
One question at a time. Number one, I don't read kids' books, mostly to my son, because they're stupid, they have bad philosophy. The Berenstain Bears books, not because it's bears talking, but because they're literally teaching things I disagree with. Most of them are teaching poor emotional behavior, poor communication, poor like emotional repression. Like most of them are teaching literally bad things. And I don't enjoy it. I find kids' books to be important. They're really boring for the most part. To my son, I read to him whatever I'm reading. So I read to him out of nonfiction psychology books. I also read him the entire Little House series, which he loved. And I loved too, and I had no idea that it was a full-on like libertarian set of books. I had no idea until I read them as an adult. But that's a personal choice. If you love kids' books and it would delight you to read the Berenstain Bears to your son, then yeah, you share that with him, and then you share with him what you don't like about it. And yeah, I do wonder about that, about the conversation. You can't hide the world. Like I don't believe in hiding the world from my son. So when we're at everywhere you go, there's a TV playing. Like you walk into the dentist office and the dentist is like, oh here, you want to see TV? Like, what do you do? So we have a conversation constantly. And what I know is that just by virtue of how we were living our lives, my son wasn't really exposed to fantasy before he was 3, but he was so clear by the time he was 3 about reality that I didn't really worry about it anymore. So it is like your experience.
All right, thank you.
Roslyn, can you speak into the mic, please? We are
I'm so sorry.
We are recording and it's also being live streamed, so a lot of people are watching, so that will be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. One of the questions I had was regarding Mr. speaks described with the symptom of our society, how we feel about describing primarily because what we see is environment effects to the child, particularly their critical thinking and reasoning skills from your society, putting in this sort of duality that what's the
I can't hear you.
Okay, sorry, what's the impact or the effect? What's the effect on children themselves?
What?
Of this duality that we're creating.
Restate the question.
I'm sorry, restate the question. Yeah.
Sure, I'm sorry. You described this duality that we've created.
The adult world and the children's world?
Yes.
Okay.
What is the effect of that on current children as it stands?
Oh, well, you can't, this is the classic sociology problem. You can't really isolate your variables when you're looking at human societies. So you can see general tendencies, and I noted that children in other places at other times were far more competent than our children. And I noted, when I was studying this stuff before I had these thoughts, like I was just noting, like, wow, why can't our kids do that? What? Harvard at 12? Who? What? How is that possible? And I'm reading these books and thinking, what happened? And then I get to the journals, and I'm like, oh my God, what happened? And then you get to the Atlantic Monthly article, like, everyone, come on, you gotta just, give your kids fiction and fantasy, and then they won't be interested anymore, and they'll stop trying to be little adults, and they'll stop trying to get jobs and work. They'll get out of the workplace so that those jobs can. Oh, there's another really interesting thing about the people who wanted children to be in school until they were 21. I was telling this to someone last night. One of the major motivations to move school, kids used to graduate when they were 10, 9, 12, whenever they finished. And there was a big movement to make it 21 because it was noted that most people who started revolutions and fought in revolutions were between the ages of 14 and 21. So they thought, if we just keep kids busy until they're 21, there won't be any more revolutions. And they also noted that most people who started businesses with an entrepreneurial spirit started their business between the age of 14 and 21. And they thought, well, it would be so great for the factories. We need more workers and less entrepreneurs.
So it would be so great if we kept kids in school until they were 21, because then they would not be they would most likely be workers for their entire life and never again attempt to become an entrepreneur. So did I answer your question or just totally on a tangent? Oh, what do children do as an effectiveness? They live in a fantasy world. They can't live in the real world. I mean, children who have real purpose in life, who have real work, are interested in their work. They're as passionate about their work as we are about our work. They're as passionate about doing something effective and real as we are. They don't disappear. Children tend to kind of disappear right now, and you're trying to talk to them about something, and they're just like superheroes and princesses, and you're like, what? How? What?
Just two more questions, Roslyn, and then we'll all go for lunch.
I'm just going to make a quick comment, actually, prompted by your revolutionary thing. I read a lot of education literature. I'm an education activist, or spoiler, or abolitionist, or whatever you would call it. And so one of the trends in the education literature, the radical pedagogy education literature, is that they don't talk about K to 12 anymore. They talk about K to 16, and it's amazing how casually that terminology is used in academic papers, peer-reviewed, and like it's not existing yet,
but you can see it coming.
You can see it coming, and then the whole free tuition movement, I think, where once it's all free, the idea is, of course, there are more and more people, and of course, it's more and more gentrification in society. But the other really interesting thing is that it isn't so much that the government is able to quell revolutionary tendencies by keeping kids in school, but rather the revolutionaries now are the ones that are controlling schools. And what's essentially happening in schools is that the kids are being coached to be revolutionaries, but it's not the revolutionaries that the kids might generate on their own. It's the revolution of organized labor and collective whatever. So I think, we're the narrow anyway, it's not the freedom agenda. It's not for liberty and empowerment. It's almost like being recruited to make the adult world a fantasy world that they could.
Yeah. No, that was really interesting.
Last question. The homeschooling that you do, do you consider it unschooling, or is it structured? And then you have some resources to share with someone else for whether it's curriculum or not.
Oh, well, you can follow all of the parenting choices I make, or like most of them. You can friend me on Facebook. I put on Facebook conversations that I have with my son that a lot of people really like, and then on my blog, I put the choices that I've made. And again, there's no top-down thing. There's no formula. Your job is to be present, to notice the person in front of you, to be sensitive to what you need and what they need, and to co-create something that you both enjoy. So I can tell you what I do with my son, but it may not work for you, and it may not work for, so I would call my form of, so the problem I have with unschooling, or with most unschoolers, it's the reason I struggle to identify myself as an unschooler is because they rapidly believe, like, as much drugs as your kids want to do. Like your kids want to watch 12 hours of TV, like, you look, it's totally fine. Your kids want to play Nintendo for 12 years, like, totally fine. And for me, like I talked about earlier, if your kid is using a substance as a drug to numb himself out, to escape from reality, I mean, that's your kid. Like, we got to talk about this. I'm your parent, and I really, I love spices to spice up your life. And if you're going to use it as a spice, like, that's great. But so unschoolers tend to deny
or at least in, I can't talk about all of them, but they tend to deny the reality of drug addiction. And I'm not really worried about that with my son, because drug addiction is when you're trying to numb out and repress your feelings, and my son is really good at not repressing his feelings. And he's being raised in such a way that I don't, that's what drugs are for. So I'm hoping that he'll be able to continue to feel his uncomfortable feelings, and he will never need to turn to drugs, and they not just stay spices in his life. But for now, I can tell you, I did the Hooked on Phonics reading program with him. Like, I asked him if he was interested in learning how to read when he was 3, and he was like, no. And I was like, okay. So I asked him when he was like 3 and 3 months. I was like, because he was always interested in what I was reading to him, like the books that I was reading to him. And I was like, do you want me to teach you how to read? And he was like, yeah. And so in 3 months, we did the preschool and kindergarten level of the Hooked on Phonics program, and now he can read. And that was just like, that's what he wanted to do. He was interested. He wanted to do it. Hooked on Phonics. He does Kumon math. Kumon is a great math program that requires speed as well as accuracy in order to graduate to the next level. And but most kids who go are being tortured by it. And for my son, I'm like, hey, do you want to go to Kumon? And he's like, yeah. And he's really obsessed right now with learning to count to 1,000. It's like this big thing. That's traditional education, but I can also tell you that the major focus of the last 3 months of his life has been swimming. He swims like 15 times a day in our pool. He taught himself to swim in the last 3 months. And I see that, I'm out there and I'm watching him, and it's amazing. And I'm like, there's nothing more important he needs to be learning right now. Like, this is his major learning curve at the moment. Math totally took a back seat to swimming. Swimming's a great skill. I'm all for it. So,
Roslyn, thank you very much.